This conference will now be recorded.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning,
Yeah,
everyone.
good morning, good morning.
Now I would
Actually,
request to Amarpreet ma'am to kindly introduce speaker of this session. Please, ma'am.
actually, I'm having a problem to share the screen. Just give me 2-3 minutes.
Sure, ma'am, sure. No problem, ma'am.
Give me the rights to share the screen, madam.
Morning, Sonia, ma'am.
Just a minute. Just a minute. Okay, we may start, madam.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning,
Well,
everyone. I welcome you all in the online FDP being held by the Department of Business Administration in Guru Nanak Dev Engineering College, Ludhiana. Our today's speaker is Dr. Sonia Chawla, who is working as an associate professor in the Department of Humanities and Management in the National Institute of Technology, Jalandhar. Dr. Sonia Chawla received her PhD from Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar in 2008. She has her master's in business administration from Punjabi University, Patiala. She is also a fellow Cost and Management Accountants of India. Her primary research interests are in the area of service quality measurement, financial economics, portfolio management, and cost accounting. Specifically, she works on issues related to financial intermediation, portfolio management, and corporate governance. Now I request ma'am to enlighten the participants. We welcome you, ma'am. Ma'am, over to you, ma'am.
thank you so much. So yesterday also I had a session where I had talked on the education for. Today I'll be speaking about mitigation strategies for post-COVID challenges for higher educational institutes in India, because this is a tough time, and yesterday also I was talking to the participants that this is the time when we are facing a lot of challenges, and we need to develop very innovatively new techniques, new pedagogies, new evaluation and assessment methods. And yesterday I told you that I'll talk of that how education 4 is to be implemented. Then what is the role of the educationist and the academicians or the people who are at the top of the organizations in the educational institute? What is the role of management, and how we can come over these challenges which are posed by the COVID. So today I'll be discussing about these things. As we all know that this coronavirus has impacted employment, education, energy, agriculture, and other areas of the world economy, including the emotional well-being of the citizens. And you know that because of this, we are having the cases more of the depression, more of unhappiness, more of the suicides. These are the because of the it has hardly impacted the emotional well-being, because a lot of people have lost their opportunities, their livelihood. So it is impacting in fact every segment of the economy. Higher educational institutes, including universities, college, and other institutions in tertiary education, are no exception. Since it is impacting every segment of the economy, so higher education and even the school or the elementary education, nobody is exception to it. Everyone is feeling the heat of this coronavirus. Now we can well imagine the economic impact of the current crisis. From the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs estimates COVID-19 may cause the global economy to shrink nearly 1% by the end of 2020, while the ILO, International Labour Organization, projects an increase in global unemployment of between 5.3 million to 24.7 million. And the World Trade Organization projects a 13% to 32% global trade decline this year. Now, if you see, if you do not talk at the world level, you can well imagine and you can well perceive the impact of the coronavirus on the Indian economy in case of employment. Even in the education sector, you see that in the number of private institute, most of the faculty has been shunted out, or the faculty has been forced to work at the reduced pay scales and with the additional workload. And there are a number of reasons. Fees is not being recovered from the student because it's a kind of chain reaction, and lot many people are losing the employment because of this. Similarly, it is impacting the trade of the Indian economy as well as the world economy. And these statistics are in line with the statistics which have been given by the different world organizations, maybe ILO, maybe IMF, maybe World Bank, or the other things. Now, an economic recession could impact HEIs in many ways. How it can impact higher educational institutes is: one is a reduction in employment opportunities for graduates who are likely to enter the job market in the next few months. So the first is because the companies are not hiring. I'll not say companies are not hiring. If you see that just a few days back, I was reading the newspaper that in the IIMs, the students have got the packages, or in the IIT, student have got the packages higher than the previous years. Okay. So minimum package offered by the Indian company was 60 lakh. This year is 80 lakh at IIT Madras, if I'm not wrong. Similarly, the packages which have been received from the foreign companies has also increased. But when I say that the employment opportunities have reduced, these the few offers which have reached to the few very small segment. If you take off the overall employment scenario, for all the graduates being passed out from the higher educational institute, they are not having enough opportunities. So then there are possibility delays in students paying fees or inability to pay tuition at all. This you might be have seen at the school level also. Then ability of the government to meet commitments to publicly funded institutions to the desired level. This again is a problem which is coming, and this is a problem being faced in the IITs, IIMs, and NITs also. I'll share with you one of the experience that in the IITs and NITs, one PDA professional development allowance is given to the faculty. Although it is nowhere written, but it is being restricted. This is allowance where you can go for the foreign conferences to have certain equipment for your academic growth. Since because of the pandemic, the government is trying to curtail this. So Similarly, you might have seen that in case of SC/ST scholarship, the institutes are not getting the enough grants from the government, which are pending. Very huge amounts are pending with the government, because of which again the colleges are facing the huge crunch of the resources. And then the most importantly, changes in student behavior towards a mode and preference of particular degree program. This is something very worrisome matter, because since from the last 1 year students are undergoing through the online education, so the in fact interaction which was between a teacher and the student, that is totally missing. The doubts, the questions, the discussions, the deliberations, these are totally missing. Now, although the impact would vary from context to context, the overall impact on higher education is likely to be quite significant. This impact may vary. Maybe I have quoted the example of the IITs. They may not have faced so much heat as the other institute have faced. There is an impact, definitely there is an impact, but the impact is going to vary from institute to institute. Now, this is a crucial time for the education sector, particularly for the board examination, school admission, entrance test for various university, competitive examination, among others, all are held during this period. A sector that is so diverse, challenging, and deals with raw emotions and lifelong learning, because this is a sector where you are dealing with the raw emotions and lifelong learners. I'm talking of the students. Now, each student has an aspiration that is embedded with hope, and each of them as a primary stakeholder is unique in his or her strengths and challenges. But it is the job of the institution to nurture focused learning in response to students' expectations, irrespective of ongoing disruption. This I have particularly pointed out in case of Education 4 also in yesterday, that every student is unique, every student has unique aspirations, unique expectations, and as a academicians, we need to provide focused learning in response to the students' aspirations and expectations. Just a minute. Now, according to Unified District Information System for Education, India has an enormous network of nearly 15 lakh schools, 25 crore students, 94 lakh teachers at the school level, and 50,000 HEIs. This presents a manifold challenges in transcending them from physical delivery of education to online. So what the COVID has forced us, such a huge network to be shifted from physical delivery of education to online teaching delivery. Now, as the days pass by with no immediate solution to stop the outbreak of COVID-19, university and HEI's closures will not only have a short-term impact on the continuity of learning for more than 285 million young learners in India, but also endanger for reaching economic and societal consequences. And this you are seeing very well. On the economic front, our outputs are decreasing, FDI decreasing, loss in employment, societal problems are coming beside the other things. Now, these are some of the major findings of the World IAU Global Survey Report, that is on the impact of COVID-19 on higher education, which was in May 2020. It says that all HEIs, almost 91%, have infrastructure in place to communicate with their students and staff about COVID-19. Despite the respondents reported an immediate challenge to ensure clear and effective communication streams with staff and students. Almost 80% of the respondents believe that COVID-19 will have an impact on the enrollment number for the new academic year, and this you have faced in Indian economy also. The enrollments have decreased drastically. This year, the enrollments have decreased drastically. Now, 2/3 of the HEIs reported that their senior management and faculty have been consulted by the public and government officials in context of this. I'm talking of the word level. Well, if you talk in the Indian context, the participation of the parents or the students, the different stakeholders in the policy formulation is very, very less. Then almost 48 or half of the respondents indicated that government or the ministry will support their education in mitigating the disruption COVID-19. Although Indian government, I'll talk of some of the initiatives. Government has taken some of the initiative to overcome this, where they have provided the courses, free courses through Swayam, NPTEL portal, then other initiatives also. I'll talk of these things later on. So I'll skip this portion because this is more of the word statistics. Now, universities and other HEIs need to change and come together to address global challenges. To do this, they need to create neutral international platforms where partners are respected as equals and where partnerships that are targeted at local needs draw on both local knowledge and global solution. Now, what is the solution? Now you see that everybody is facing a heat. Now everybody is facing a heat of this. Now, whether an educational institute, whether it is in India or it is in America or it is in Europe, all the institutions are facing the heat. Now, what we can do to overcome this is to create a international platform where all the partners are respected as equals. Now, one of the opportunities in the yesterday's lecture, I was talking to you that COVID has given us an opportunity. There has been so much work on the content development, which has not been earlier. In this pandemic time, you have seen that there have been so much courses which have been floated online and even free of cost. The professors all over the world in India and other parts of the country, they're developing the courses online and you can go through the courses, because since you do not have the physical interaction with the teacher, you do not have the opportunity to go to the institutes and clear your doubts. You can sit at your places and can study online at your convenience at the time which is most suitable to you as a learner. Now, but one thing you have to keep in mind is that although a course is to be developed, which is going to be served at the international level, we need to make a certain tailor-made changes, keeping in view the local needs. Obviously, for example, I am teaching a course of the strategic management. I'll try to simplify it. You may follow a MOOC which is being followed at the international level, maybe offered by the Michigan University or maybe some other university. But what as a teacher you can do is that you can incorporate the examples to teach the course from the Indian context, because those examples will be more close to the heart of the student, while the course will give you the solutions at the global level. This is what I mean to say. Now, exist challenges for HEIs due to COVID-19. There are certain questions which will come to your mind when you talk of shifting from physical mode of education to the online. First is, do we really have the infrastructure in place or access to requisite technology? Second is, what about faculty or the students who are digitally not exposed and not sufficiently equipped to leverage technology? Third is, can online teaching resources provide experiential learning, much expected by the VUCA world? Next is, are our faculty psychologically and technically ready for remote work and manage time in the most productive manner as researchers? And other question is, how will this affect productivity and outcome-based education with well laid down program outcomes and course objectives? So these are some of the issues which comes to one's mind when we talk of dealing with the challenges for the higher education. And based on these challenges, we need to devise the strategies. Strategies means we need to find out a way out to overcome these challenges. So first of all, let's try to understand these challenges, because जब हम डॉक्टर के पास जाते हैं ना, तो फर्स्ट थिंग इज टू फाइंड आउट द गुड डॉक्टर. व्हाट द गुड डॉक्टर डज, ही ट्राइज टू अंडरस्टैंड द प्रॉब्लम. Once the problem is understood, then the prescription is given, because that will be the exact prescription for the exact root cause. So first of all, we need to understand the challenges we are facing, keeping in view the Indian conditions due to the COVID. Now, may I ask the people here who are interested in any kind of discussion, or I should keep on moving? Because yesterday also I mean to say I was very much interested in discussions, but I could not hear much. Yes, any faculty who would love to talk about these challenges, faculty or the research scholar. No one? You can type your doubts in the chat box also. You can type your viewpoints in the chat box also. Am I audible to you? You may at least type yes or no. Am I audible to you? Okay, Nivedita. Gurjot Korwalia. Okay. Okay, I am audible to you. That means you can listen to me. Okay, so these are the broader challenges for higher education in India. Okay, now to meet these challenges, I was talking to you that we need to make the strategies. Okay, now the other things which we are facing because of the COVID is, first is the sluggish cross movement, sluggish cross-border movement of students. You know, universities in many countries such as USA, Canada, Australia, which are highly dependent on the movement of students from China and India, and there has been a restricted cross-border movement of student for the next 2 to 3 years. So this is a major financial risk for the universities who are already under financial pressure. This is the first thing. Second is to overcome it, how the governments are contributing to this. ICEF monitor report published in 15th April 2020 highlights the financial impact of the pandemic is having on higher education. And if the pandemic continues for the quarter, it could have severe short-term and long-term consequences, such as a decrease in tuition fees, collection in tuition fees, decrease in student enrollment. And in the United States, they have had a $2 trillion emergency relief package targeted for the higher education. Similarly, kind of relief packages have been given in the UK and Australia. Second is the passive learning by students. Now, when we have shifted from online education without any planning, because nobody has thought of that we need to immediately shift from the physical to the online mode. It was not a well thought out, well planned. It was a sudden. Okay, so our curriculums are not designed as per that. Our formats are not designed as per that. Our pedagogies are not designed as per that. No, it has created the risk of our students becoming the passive learners. And they seem to be losing interest due to the low level of attention span. Now, there is a one-way flow of communication. Students are not ready to listen, or they are losing the interest in their academics. Now, at the college and higher levels, while massive online open courses have been in vogue for quite some time, there are serious caveats associated with them. Now, I hope you are well conversant with the MOOCs. I'll tell you something in very brief to you about the MOOCs. MOOCs is a very massive open online courses. These are offered by all the good institutes, even our IIMs, IITs, NITs, foreign universities. They are offering open online courses. You can go register yourself, enroll yourself for the course. It is free of cost. You can study, you can have the contents from a professor of Stanford, from a professor of Oxford, from a professor of MIT, from Michigan, from MIT, any of the IITs. The courses are there on the different platform like edX, on Coursera, and then we have the Indian platforms like Swayam. Okay, so you need to just enroll into it. But the problem is that I'll tell you that a research study substantiating the effectiveness of the MOOCs in the domain of online learning was conducted in USA recently, where the data related to 5.6 million MOOC students enrolled in Harvard and MIT between 2012 and 18 was analyzed. The surprising thing is that less than 5% of the enrolled MOOC students completed their courses. Now the problem is that these are the self-paced course. Videos are available on the available online. Then there are discussion forums are there on the online. You are sent the assignments. No, it is up to you as a student to submit the assignment. They cannot force you to go through the course. To, if you have any doubts, go to the discussion forum and ask the questions. And finally, if you want to give the exams, then you had to pay a certain fees and you will be certified for that particular course, and exam is also on online. But the problem is that you can see, well, imagine from the statistics that less than 5% of the courses of the students who have enrolled for the MOOC courses, they have completed their courses. Now, without considerable guidance and support of teachers, it is unlikely for learners to navigate the world of online learning by themselves. देखिए, जैसे हम एक बच्चे को स्विमिंग सिखाते हैं तो ट्यूटर को साथ रहना पड़ता है. Similarly, when you are navigating through the oceans of online learning as a tutor, as a learner, you need to be with your learners, with your students all the time to go through these tough times. And moreover, the study I am talking to you, this is for the online learning, this is for the courses related to the Harvard and MIT only. And if you talk of the other platforms, you will find that very less number of people, and I'll suggest the faculty also. This is a high time, although it has come because of the COVID. But if you go through the contents, because I myself has registered for some of the courses on the through Michigan University, and 2 courses right now I am doing from the Swayam platform, and one I did from Oxford. So you will find a very good content over there. You may enrich yourself, you may add to your notes and can deliver to your students. You find the good content. So as a faculty also, you should register for the courses, because only when you sail through it, you will be able to guide your students to sail, to tell them that how to sail through the rough weathers. Okay, the next problem we are having here in India is the digital divide. When I talk of the digital divide, is that everywhere in India, the people do not have the access to the internet speed in the same way. Everywhere in India, people do not have the access to the smartphones. Now, there is a problem of the digital divide. I'll talk to you specifically here in my NIT. In my class, I have the students from Assam also, from Meghalaya also, from Tamil Nadu also, from Punjab also, maybe from Maharashtra also, and maybe from the other parts of the Bengal also. Now, every part of the country does not have access to same kind of IT infrastructure. Every student does not have the same kind of financial muscles, financial health. Now, the problem is that as a teacher, I may be sitting here and delivering the good content, but the person who is on the other side who has to receive it should also have the same kind of infrastructure. Now, the problem is that my students, my learners, they do not have the access to equal facilities. That is the other problem being faced by the students. Now I tell you, very recently we are going through the examination, and we have put the certain faculty on the invigilation for the online examination also, and we have asked our students to keep their cameras on all the time so that we can see that they are writing on the sheet and not doing any kind of copying. But you see that there are certain students who are in fact sitting at the top of the house. Some of the students sitting on the roadside, they say, madam, we do not having the proper internet connection in our home, and in spite of that they may lose connectivity some of the times. We do understand some issues, there are certain problems, but there are certain students who are very, very genuine also. And the problem of the digital divide is a big problem in India. Now, for economies like India, where internet penetration is 36%, internet user per 100 stand is 78, fixed broadband subscription per 100 stands at 1.34, 46% of the households have television. Deciding on the mode of delivery of education in the midst of this pandemic becomes a daunting task. Now, somebody has internet, somebody has fixed broadband subscription, somebody has access to television. Now, what methodology should be delivered so that it reaches to everyone, again, is a difficult task. Next challenge is the unprepared teachers for online education. Now, online learning is a special kind of methodology, and not as the teachers may not be ready for this sudden transition from face-to-face learning to online learning. This is similarly difficult for the teachers also. Thus, most of the teachers are just conducting lectures on video platforms such as Zoom, which may not be real online learning in the absence of dedicated online platforms specifically designed for the purpose. There is a risk that in such a situation, learning outcomes may not be achieved, and it may be only resulting in engaging the students. Outcome-based education will be neglected. Now, this is something very, very important. Outcome-based education will be neglected. We need to understand what is outcome. Here, I would like to talk of the Bloom's taxonomy. How many of you are aware of the Bloom's taxonomy? The people who are aware may say yes, at least, so that I can get to know how many people of you are aware of the Bloom's taxonomy. Nobody is aware, or everyone is aware? I am not getting any answer. Are you aware or not? Just write down yes or no, that's it. So, anyways, not an issue. Okay, so I get the point that most of you are not aware of the Bloom's taxonomy. I'll talk in detail about the Bloom's taxonomy later on. But what I'll suggest you is that now the education is outcome-based education. Since India is a signatory to the Washington Accord. What does signatory to the Washington Accord basically means? That when my engineering graduate passes from any of the Indian institute, you know that our graduates, management graduates, or the engineering graduates, they are supposed to work at the international level. That means they should not be bound to work only in the Indian companies, but they are supposed to work in the foreign companies also. Okay, now who will authenticate it that they have the same level of caliber, or they are having the same kind of knowledge which the other engineers or the other management graduates of the world. Now, accreditation provides a uniform base where if an institution is accredited and the student passes out from that particular institute, it is assumed that student have achieved a certain level of outcomes. Outcome basically means the student, after the completion of the degree or a program or the course, the student is able to achieve or perform or analyze or to conduct or to design certain things. Okay, so if a graduate passes out from a institute which is accredited here in India, and the same accreditation has been given in the other countries of the world, then it is assumed that the two students are of the same technical level knowledge. Okay, next is changing format of student recruitment. Now, universities and colleges worldwide are facing a major risk in the area of student recruitment and retention. The risk of losing students is so high that they will need to relook at their admission practices, admission criteria, and overall recruitment process itself, which will include new methods of outreach and application process in itself. Next is non-availability of e-learning solution. That is other challenge. The structure of learning, including the teaching and assessment methodologies, was first to be affected by this closure. Only a handful of the private institutes could adopt online teaching methods. Their low-income private and government counterparts, on the other hand, have completely shut down for not having access to e-learning solutions. Assessment of students after imparting them education through digital medium, that is again a big challenge. Then is the impact on employment. This we have already discussed, and since you are a people from the well thought of and well educated fraternity, you understand these figures. Now, needless to say that pandemic has transformed the centuries old chalk and talk teaching methods to the one driven by technology. The disruption in the delivery of education is pushing policymakers to figure out how to drive engagement at scale while ensuring inclusive e-learning solutions and tackling the digital divide. Now I'm talking of this, I was talking of the challenges, now I'm talking of the mitigation strategies, how to overcome it. First is establishing or scaling up distance learning strategies, sector-wise response to sudden interruption of educational processes as a result of unexpected COVID-19. Then distance learning tends to require a high level of self-directed learning on the part of the learner and study skills. These strategies are guided by a concern for equity and inclusion. Then these are guided by both immediate mitigation needs and long-term goals. Then they focus on long-term goals for building more open, inclusive, and flexible education. These distance learning strategies has to take care of certain things. First is that we need to scale up these strategies. Second is it is more onus on the part of the learner to contribute more into it. Then there should be equity and inclusion. Equity and inclusion means these strategies should be for everyone. The student may be sitting in Punjab or may in Assam or in Meghalaya or West Bengal. This should be for all. Then they should take care of the immediate concerns as well as the impact of these on the long term. Both things should be taken care of. Now, in the distance learning, we talk of the on-learning, e-learning, distance education, correspondence education, flexible learning, and MOOCs. The common features of the distance learning are the teacher-learner separation by space or time or both. We do understand. Use of media and the technology to enable communication and exchange during the learning process, without which it is not possible. Now, we may reach the learner through print-based learning material, one-way massive broadcasting, as you are having, the government has started exclusive channels, TV channels to reach out to learners, or through web-based exchange using social media channels on the learning platforms. Now, certain common issues to be addressed by distance learning strategies include how students can access remotely delivered content and communication support, then learners' right and data privacy to be protected, teachers to be supported in the transition to remote teaching, Then financial and technological resources to be mobilized to sustain the provision for several months. Next is whether we are ready for the distance learning. Now, effectiveness of the distance learning strategies is conditioned by the level of preparedness from various perspectives. First is when you are going for the distance learning, whether you are technologically ready to do this. This journey includes levels of readiness in both technological capacities of digital learning platforms or TV or radio broadcasting system to provide curricular courses remotely to all learners, as well as in household access to electricity, because you need access to electricity, telephone, television, radio, digital devices, internet connectivity, and data. Okay, so whether at pan India level we are technologically ready to do this. Second is the content readiness. If you have built the digital infrastructure, then are you ready with the content? This includes accessibility to teaching and learning material aligned with the national curricula that can be delivered through online platform. Then is the readiness of the curriculum content that covers all grade level and all subject areas and can be delivered to all learners. Then in many countries, gaps exist in terms of resources and local expertise needed to develop a curricula. Now there has been a lot of progress in the content development, but still more work is to be done to this. Then is the pedagogical and home-based learning support system. That is the other readiness we need. Preparedness of the teachers to design and facilitate online learning. Availability and ability of the parents and caregivers to facilitate effective home-based teacher learning, because here the role of the parents at home or the caregivers who is at home, that is also very, very important. For this, we need to create communities of teacher, parents, school manager to keep regular information. And this you might be seeing that now you have built a lot of communities. You as a teacher have n number of groups in your mobile phones which you never had. Okay, and at school level this is more tough, because there the interaction of the parents and the teachers is more important. Then is the monitoring and the evaluation readiness. Monitoring and evaluation readiness, there is a lot of debate going on this monitoring and evaluation, and we talked of this yesterday also. This includes to monitor distance learning processes, to keep the track of access to resources, access to courses and engagement. Then in the context of online learning, it is critical to monitor differences in the level of participation and engagement of students who often have weaker self-regulation and self-organization skills. Now, because of this is something very important, because we have groomed our kids from a very pampered kind of environment. There has been a lack of culture of self-study in our Indian. Right from the schooling to the college level, there is a problem of spoon feeding, because our students, our learners are not used to the habit of self-learning. So there is a problem of weak self-regulation and self-organization skills, which are very much required in case of online learning. Then when TV and radio programs, they are one-way knowledge transmission systems, are adopted as it is more challenging in case of monitoring and evaluation in case of one-way knowledge transmission systems. Now manage the distance of new learning settings and provide remote supervision. In the new learning settings, learners also gain more autonomy and teachers lose some opportunities for direct control and supervision. Supporting and engaging teachers and parents or caregivers to provide regular supervision can help reduce the sense of distance and disengagement and manage the rules or disciplines needed for home-based. Now this is moving to the home-based learning. But there is a problem that we have a physical and psychological separation. We are not able to interact with the learners, physical and well as psychological. We are not able to read them. We are not able to understand them. Now, who is close to the learner are their parents and their caregivers. Now their role and important is very, very important. Now they had to, along with being the parents and the caregivers, they have to perform the role of the supervision also, so that home-based learning is actually becomes purposeful. Next is blend student-centered teaching, monitoring and assessment methodologies to ensure effectiveness of distance learning. Now, generally one of the question which is asked, that what should be the class of the size in case of online learning, ये बहुत बार पूछा जाता है. I'd suggest that class of the learning should not be more than 25 to 30, because when you are physically present in the class and can take the class, you can take the class of the 60 students, even 70 students even. Or in fact, I have been taking the class of the 100 and 125 students also. But the thing is, if your class size increases beyond that, then there is more disconnect between the faculty and the learner. So design the duration of the distance learning units based on the student's self-regulation and metacognitive abilities, especially for screen-based learning, taking care of duration and unit size. Now, when you are organizing your classes, take care of the things that your class should not stretch more than 60 minutes at any cost. I would suggest it to be 45 minutes. Give a break of at least half an hour, 40 minutes to the students, then take the second class. Now this is a screen-based learning. The problem is that student on the other side is just listening. He does not have a peer, he does not have a friend, he does not have an environment. We have changed the total environment in which the learner has to learn the things. So what we can do is we can make him or her as comfortable as possible. So first of all, that you should reduce your class size from 25 to 30 maximum. Reduce the duration of the class as per the interest of the student. Then is improve students' engagement through pedagogical approaches that are appropriate for their interest and cognitive abilities. Now you have to take care of one thing in mind, that it is not you who has to learn. It is the learner for whom you are there. You need to include them you need to make them participate in the class through group discussions, through peer assistance, through peer assessment, through role plays, through scenario analysis. Include them, ask them to participate in the class, so that you can able to provide them as real experience as possible, although it's not feasible to, because there is a physical distance. But psychologically, you should try to create as near experience as possible you are able to provide in a physical classroom. Now, for this, adjustment of the methodologies and formats of formative assessment is to be there. Now, what you can do is, you know that your student is on the mobile. Drop SMS, Google form to the student in the class. Okay, student, solve it in 5 minutes, and they'll do it for you, because it is something which appeals to them. Try to involve them in the way they want to understand, they want to learn. And it's important to ensure that all the students can receive the question and send back the feedback. They'll immediately send the solution to you. Don't give them the lengthy quizzes. Just give them you have a class of 50 minutes, give them the quiz of say 10 questions, 10 MCQs. Okay, then encourage the use of available tools to support the submission of students' answers and feedback. Here I was talking of the Bloom's taxonomy. Follow Bloom's taxonomy. Focus on HOTS, higher order teaching skills, try to provide real life situation experience, try to connect emotionally as well, because COVID has hit hard the emotional well-being of the students. Support disadvantaged group, blended learning. Okay, so you need to have all these things to enrich your teaching. Then is the prepares to teachers for pedagogical shifts and facilitate collaboration among teachers. Again, this is very, very important. Now, teachers should be supported on how to find solution to common challenges, such as supporting learners overcome distance and disengagement, adjusting instructional design to motivate students, and maintain engagement and developing and sharing teaching and learning resources and best teaching practices. देखिए अभी हम यहाँ पे एक FDP के लिए आए हैं जिसमें हम सब ये बात कर रहे हैं. Now, if we do not interact, if we do not learn from each other, if you are not ready to share your experiences, your problems, then nobody can help you. That is why time and again I emphasize that try to discuss, try to deliberate, try to share, because it is said that the knowledge shared is knowledge created. You must have understood that time and again I am giving the examples that I felt in my institute, in my placement this happened. For my students I am doing this because these are the things I am doing for my students. Now probably out of you who is doing something innovatively, you can share with the rest of the participants. COVID is there for the first time. There has not been any research in the world that what should be the best online teaching pedagogy in such pandemic times where you can rely upon. So how you can rely upon? You can rely upon each other's experiences. That is the best way to learn from each other's. Okay. Then boost the technological capacity of the national distance learning platform. इसमें तो आपको तो ज्यादा कुछ करना नहीं है. The government has to do much into this. Then bandwidth has to be increased, and to go to the inclusive accessibility. I'll skip this. This is important. Curate and align open educational resources with the national curriculum. Curating resources from major databases of open educational resources and aligning relevant resources with the national curriculum. That is other countries. That is the other suggestion for the countries which are facing the challenges of making national curriculum. So they can curate the resources from the open educational resources and can align them with the national curriculum. And we here in India can also do this. Then prioritize humanitarian social caring. This I've already told you that it has created a lot of trauma, stress, negative emotional reaction. So we need to address these issues of loneliness, provide social care assistance to address possible psychological challenges that students face when they are isolated. Then you need to choose the most relevant and context sensitive technical solutions. That you need to decide on the use of high technology or low technology solution based on the reliability of your local local internet connectivities, power supplies, digital skills of the students. This I've already talked that it can range from online learning platform to the video lessons, then MOOCs, then massive broadcasting by TV and all these things. ये आप छोड़िए प्लान, ये भी छोड़ सकते हैं. So in nutshell, success of digital and online education is based on career, competency, connect, and character. Now to actually transform these things जो अभी तक हमने discuss करें, there are certain requirements. The first is the need for agile educationist. Who is an agile educationist? We need agile leaders to drive through these imperatives. Agile leaders are the leaders who can act diligently and quick respond to a sudden and contingent crisis like COVID-19. The education industry too needs leaders who are very innovative and inspire people to collaborate and overcome the predicament together. Agile leadership styles combine into four modes of leadership. Now, every member of the educational institution must possess attributes of the leader to deal with adversaries. अभी आपको एक चीज ध्यान रखनी है that this is not the duty of the top management or your principal or your director. No, every one of the institute has to be very, very agile. Agile means very quick to take care of the situation. Situation देके आप immediately action लो. Now, every member, every faculty should be very ready to deal with any kind of adversaries. And for this, you need to be very, very innovative and you need to be very, very creative. That's the only solution, in fact. So multi-pronged strategies are necessary to manage the crisis and build a resilient Indian economic system in the long run. Now, in the India, we can have open source digital learning solution. LMS should be adopted so teachers can conduct online teaching. Then we have the Diksha Swayam platform, which reach across all states in India and can be further strengthened to ensure accessibility of learning to the solutions. Then we have this regulators like AICTE, UGC have been trying to mitigate the impact of aberrations caused by lockdown. They have launched a number of MOOCs. Then there are online portals like Swayam Prabha, Virtual Labs, Fose, Yantra, spoken tutorials. Okay, you can take care of or you can take advantage of all these things. Now, the major problem is the robust digital architecture, net connectivity, availability of resources, lack of digital awareness. The people are not even aware of what is the infrastructure available. Okay, you need to be very vigilant, very careful, very, very aware that what are the facilities available and can guide the students for this. Now, these are the initiatives, some of the initiatives which have been taken by government. Technology institutions of the UGC, MHRD at the forefront of the provisioning technology enabled learning through audio video mode or through ebooks and journals. Then Swayam Prabha initiative intends to address the problem of non-uniform internet penetration in the country by offering 32 high-quality educational channels direct to home across the nation's 24/7. The content for these channels is provided by the esteemed educational institutes, NITs, IITs, UGC, NCERT. Then there is a provision of digital repository of journals and books which can be accessed by the learner through the National Digital Library of India. Then MHRD has also ensured the provisioning of visual labs that will stimulate an environment to perform experiment. Then top 100 universities permitted to automatically start online courses by May 2020. Then there is a Manodarpan, which is an initiative for the psychological support of student, teachers and families for the mental health and emotional well-being. These are some of the initiatives which has been taken by the government. International support को छोड़ देते हैं. I am of the firm belief that any threat, any problem always brings a lot of opportunities also. And some of the key opportunities which has been posed by is the first is the rise in blended learning, new ways of delivery and assessment of learning outcomes will have to be adopted, which opens the immense opportunities in the field of curriculum development and pedagogy. Now you have to have even if the COVID is over, you will see you will have a mix of the two things, face-to-face delivery and online mode, which you have never thought of. Then LMS systems are going to be developed, rise in collaborative work. Earlier, the faculty which was not working collaboratively, now they will work more collaboratively because this is the need of the time. This we have discussed yesterday. This is all about from my side. If there are any queries, you may ask, please. Yes, you may ask your queries. Any queries, please? Okay, अभी तो lecture देखो खत्म हो गया है. This is just an informal discussion with the participants. That what are your takeaways from these FDPs? आपने क्या सीखा, क्या अच्छा लगा, क्या इसमें ऐड होना चाहिए, बताइए, थोड़ा सा शेयर करिए.
Hello.
Yes.
Good morning, madam. This is Nivedita from West Bengal. Yes.
I'm the
Yes.
only person from whom I am getting the answer yes or no.
Good morning, ma'am. So just I heard all the lectures. Just I want to one thing. Suppose areas which is not very much technically support or technically they are not sufficient for the ready to online classes, and already 9 months is over. So how the barrier? How the barrier can remove? We can remove as a teacher point of from the point of teacher prospect. So how we can remove that barrier, because the students they don't have that devices. Suppose that they are not ready for the 100% student not ready for the online classes, though it is a Kolkata or outside Kolkata that I have faced, because already 9 months is over and already we are the teacher from that college. Already we started almost 8 months is over for the online classes, but the students suppose that some of the students are very regular, they are very, but most of the students are not in the position to taking the online classes, because of that either they don't have that device or they are not uses that for the class purpose. Suppose that they sometimes use for the another purpose. So that is I think that is a very important thing what you shared. I just heard the point by point. That is very very important, because I my experience I can share. So first time they are not very much regular in the class, but first of all when we started the classes and students are not coming, but some are the 5 or 6 after 6 class, then we discussed no, it is not should not be more than 20 minutes. So when we started the 20 minutes or 25-minute classes and the outcome basis, money first of all, suppose today I have a class, so yesterday I means all the teachers of my college, so we already shared our outcome, that is class outcome. So we shared the yesterday, and after that we will take in the 25 maximum 25 minute of class. Then the students are very much interested, because of
Yes.
the long time classes is not good for the online classes. So that is very much interesting, and also my practical experience that I am just sharing with all of you.
You are right, madam. Actually, the thing is that I told you that our learners are not used to the system of self-study, self-regulation. Our students have been forced on the spoon feeding and they have been given a certain environment. Okay, so based on those environment they were learning. Now when you are changing the environment, when you are changing the complete pedagogy, you need to take care the interest of the student. And the second thing is, it is not only I who has to take a class. The same student has to go through the class for the 4 or 5 subjects. Okay, if taking a class for 50 minutes puts a stress to me as a teacher, how can I expect a student to take the class for 50 minutes for the 5 subjects? That means for the 5 hours, 6 hours, it will put a lot of stress on the students. So I would suggest that you can make a flexi timetable. It is not that your college is from 9 to 1, that you need to fix all your classes from 9 to 1. You can have certain flexibility and can rearrange the timings, because that is the need of the demand, because the purpose of the education is to deliver, and there should be certain outcomes. If the outcomes are not coming, the deliverables are not in the right context, then the whole purpose is defeated. Thank you so much, madam. Mr. Sandeep Singh is saying that at Shillungi University also we are taking 25-minute classes and the response is very good. Yes, you may extend it to 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 25 minutes, but that should be in the interest of the students. Or what you can do, suppose you deliver the class for the 25 minutes or the 30 minutes. Keep rest of the 10 minutes for the discussion, listening to them, talking to them, have a lively environment, going for the quizzes. Do not go for the discussion of, say, only the subject. You can go for the discussion of the other ancillary areas, for the economy, for the contemporary issues in their field, so that their interest is created. Try to involve them as much as possible in your classes. Yes, anybody else? Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for making this session very meaningful and interesting. And I would also like to thank the participants for their cooperation. So thank you, Sonia, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. May I leave, ma'am? Okay,
Yes, you
ma'am.
can leave.
This conference will now be recorded.
Very good morning, sir. मैडम को बिस्किट हो खोल लेना सर्दी पई है
Is it okay now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, madam.
Good morning, sir. And good morning, everyone.
Yes, good morning,
I
madam.
welcome you all. I welcome you all in the online FDP being held by the Department of Business Administration in Guru Nanak Dev Engineering College, Ludhiana. Our today's speaker is Dr. Pratim Roy. He is an associate professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, IIT Roorkee, India. Dr. Roy completed his MS and PhD from Universitat Autónoma de Barcelona, Spain. He was with Synchromedia Lab Canada in 2013 and RFAI Lab France during 11-12 as a postdoctoral research fellow. Dr. Rai worked in Tata Consultancy Services during 2003 and 5 and Advanced Technology Group Samsung Research Institute Noida, India during 2013 and 14. His research interests are pattern recognition, human-computer interaction, biosignal analysis, multilingual text recognition. He has published more than 225 papers in international journals and conferences. Dr. Rai is an associate editor of IET Image Processing, IET Biometrics, IEIC Transactions on Information and Systems, Springer Nature Computer Science. He is regional editor of the Journal of Multimedia and Information System and guest editor of International Journal of Distributed Sensor Networks. So we welcome you, sir, and over to you, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. So I would like to thank Professor Navdeep Kaur and other faculties for providing this opportunity. I would like to thank Guru Nanak Dev Engineering College for this platform. Okay, so thank you very much. So I would like to discuss introduction to machine learning today. Okay, as you know that this machine learning, data science, deep learning, these are actually many buzzwords these days in industries and academia. So many people, many students, you see that they are all looking for this machine learning projects. So today actually that's what I have chosen, this machine learning topic, so that if some of you do not have much knowledge about this machine learning, you can actually see how actually it can work. It is actually not so difficult. So my team is working in different applications of machine learning, deep learning, image processing. So it is the name that Parimal. Okay, so we call it Parimal to our team, pattern recognition, image processing, machine learning, short form of this. So you may find the details of my team publication in this website, parimal.iitr.ac.in. You may always write me at partha@cs.iitr.ac.in. Okay, so let's move. So I'll show you one video. Okay, so you might have heard about this autonomous driving vehicle. Okay, in autonomous driving vehicle, cars are equipped with the sensors and cameras, and this are capable to move from one place to another place without any human intervention. Actually, this started not so long. So in 10 years back, 2008-9, this US Defense Agency, DARPA, they launched the one competition of this autonomous driving vehicle, and then after that, in 3-4 years, this there were several companies they got interested, and there were several companies now running business in US and Western countries with this autonomous cars. So for example, if someone wants to deliver, someone orders pizza, so there will be a car, autonomous car which will actually deliver the pizza without any driver. So like this, actually there are several business going on. So as you see, this actually when it runs, it's not so easy. There are several safety issues. Okay, so this car has to know that where it is moving, where are the road lines, okay, signals, maybe that, okay, so whether it has to stop or it has to move. It may go through these urban cities, rural places. Okay, so where there are pedestrians, it has to stop. Okay, so not only this, it actually will move during daytime and nighttime as well. In nighttime, you do not have much illuminations. So how this will manage? Okay, so that's what it is not so easy. So there are several problems in this applications, and you see these cars are moving without any hazards. So here this is running with machine learning. Okay, with machine learning, deep learning, because with this because machine learning now is of there are so many applications are there, and so many progress is there, that machine learning is now is being applied in many fields. Okay, so you have seen that. Okay, so this is one of the applications. There are other applications you might have heard or seen, that Alexa, or so for example different applications. Okay, in day-to-day life we see, so where machine learning is being applied. So we can okay, so let's move down to a smaller problem applications. So here it's actually, if we go to this 2007 Osaka, okay, RoboCup Japan, you see that here there are robots. Okay, these are IBO robots. These are 2007 Sony product. So it's like robots are playing in two teams like soccer, and the objective is to score goal. Okay, so you see these robots are also moving towards the ball, and they will kick. So similarly to this autonomous driving, here you have these robots and also equipped with the camera. Okay, cameras are there in this in their eyes, and they look around and see where is actually the ball. So they record the videos, and then they analyze every frames. Wherever they find the ball, they move. Okay? So similar to human being, here also, like if a ball is there in our in front of our eyes, and we want to know that where is the ball, So what we will do, we will just analyze the shape. Okay, so someone told, or we know from our experience, that how does the ball look like. Okay, so it is having a circular shape, texture, or plain features, texture, and then you have some color. Okay? So these robots are also learned, okay, or someone supervised tells them that, okay, so in each frame, if you see these kinds of shape or color, then you know that it is a ball and you go towards this. Okay. So these are actually all supervised. Okay, supervised means someone tells them and then they understand. I will tell you that another problem now, that for human being also we see. So when actually you try to access some websites, secured websites like government website, or for example State Bank of India, if you have this bank account, you know that when you want to log in, you see this kind of text, okay, and then you need to type whatever you see. So these are called captcha. Captcha actually are designed to identify whether the user is human being or it's a machine. Okay, so they understand, the system understands that the text is so complex that software will not be able to recognize those texts. Now, if you go back to 10 years, 10 years back, their time, the texts were actually very simpler form. Okay, so you could easily read and type. But these days, these texts are actually very complex and it is not easy to understand. So we need to refresh several times to know what is text and how actually we type. So that means the system, okay, this character recognition system or this computer systems are also becoming more and more powerful these days. Okay, so they can recognize these characters, even human beings, they do not recognize. So nowadays you will see more complex objects in form of captures. Like they will say that, okay, where is the car? Okay, where is the bus or wheels of the bus? Okay, so this kind of object they will ask, and then you have to type or you have to click, and then if you click it properly, then you can log in. Okay, so that's actually to differentiate, but after a few years you'll see that this is also becoming more and more complex, because computer will be able to do that, but we will not be able. So that's how this computer is moving very fast. Okay, so with this machine learning technology, so everything is with machine learning. So here also recognition, character recognitions, object recognition, these are being done with machine learning. So AI, artificial intelligence. Okay, in artificial intelligence, this we have this agent. Okay, so an agent or robot, we can say, which actually takes the information from the environment through some percepts. Okay, it perceives, this robot or agent, it perceives the information. So for example, I showed you this um, robot game, this where these robots are actually uh, using the cameras to understand where is the object. Okay, so means it perceives the information from the robots, from the environment, from outside through their camera eyes. Eyes means here you have a sensors of camera. It may be a camera, it may be some voice recognition system, voice recorder, or it could be some tactile screen recorder or anything. Okay, it's a different sensors, IoT device. Okay, so through which actually it perceives the information outside the environment and then you have one brain or machine intelligence unit, a software which actually takes those informations and then it processes. After processing, it directs what to do. So these agents will be acted according to the decisions taken by the software. If the software says that okay, you move, then it will move. If it says that okay, you stop and you move your hands, then it will do accordingly. Okay, so here you have these actions will be taken using the limbs. Okay, so hands or for example legs. For example, in cars, if you consider this autonomous driving vehicle, you have the cameras as a sensor. It receives the information and it acts to wheel, or for example wiper, or it brakes. Okay, so the decision is taken by the software, which will say that okay, whether to stop or whether to move. Okay, so it's like a similar to human being, which receives the information from environment, process in the brain, and then it acts. Okay, so that's actually artificial intelligence. And the backbone in the brain, you have basically the machine learning unit. Okay, which machine learning unit or logical thinking, which actually process the information and acts. So how actually this is processed? Okay, once you have this information, how it is processed. So there are actually several things. One simple logical reasoning is deductive reasoning. Okay, so you might have studied already that deductive reasoning. Okay, so for example, we have several sentences, and from those sentences we try to infer. Okay, reduce from the sentences what could be the conclusion. So for example, if you have all men are mortal, Socrates is a man, if you have these two statements, from these two statements we can conclude a third statement. And like that, actually, if you have more statements, we can see based on this logic that whether we can find some another conclusions or like that. Okay, so this is actually deductive reasoning. Now that's actually another reasoning we could have. So for example, if I'm just saying and that what will be the next number in this sequence, 6, 13, 20, 27. Okay, so and then you may say that okay, so it's actually 34. Okay, so because here you see this, the numbers are with the difference like of 7. 6 plus 7, 13, 13 plus 7, like this. Yes, you are right. So that is also we are doing using deductive reasoning. So we have this logic, and from this logic we follow and we can get to the answers. But now if we can have also we can get to the solutions in another way. Okay, so for example, yes, we can get to the solutions in another way. How? So for example, if I am having this 6, 13, 20, 27, instead of this deductions, okay, so what is the logic? I can also solve, okay, so using a simple um, plotting. Okay, so if I just tell you that okay, first number is 6, second number is 13, third number is 20, fourth number is 27, then fifth number, so if you just make a line, straight line, okay, through these points 6, 13, 20, 27, okay, and then you see this line will move to the next point as 34. Next it will be something like 41. Okay, so you do not need to add plus 7 plus 7. So you just find that okay, so what will be the you know that y equal to fx plus c. Okay, y equal to mx plus c. You know this equation now, mx plus c. Here y equal to mx means 6 was 6 into 1. Okay, 6 into 1 or 6 into 2 you can say. Okay, and then you have plus c. Okay, y equal to mx, this lines actually can be reduced with using a y equal to mx plus c formula, and whatever points you can ask me, I can just find those and find those answer. Okay, I do not need to get to this plus 7 plus 7 plus 7. Okay, so this is actually possible. That is called inductive reasoning. So which is derived from the data. I am not using the logic. Okay, so I'm not following what is the logic plus 7 plus 7. I'm not following. I'm but what I'm doing, I am using the data, whatever data I am having. If from those data I have made one line equation y equal to mx plus c. From this line I try to get the answer. Okay, so it is data driven or inductive. Okay, so instead of this deductions, I'm given the data. From those data I try to answer. Okay, so for example, I will give you another example. Like for example, if someone is having some headache or stomach ache, so he will go to the doctor. Okay, for medicine. So doctor actually, he knows, he has studied a lot of book. He has this logical reasoning that okay, what will happen if you do not sleep? There might be some headache, or if you take a lot of food, there could be stomach ache. So he knows actually this different um, reasoning of those problems. So when you say that okay, you didn't have this, you have this headache or stomach ache, he will ask you some questions, and accordingly he will give you the he will tell you what is the um, disease, what is the reason, and give you the medicine. Okay, so that means you are actually, he has studied a lot of book. Yes, no, he knows, but you can also get the same medicine if you go to the shopkeeper. Okay, so for example, a pharmaceuticals shop, if you go pharmacy shop, and then if you ask that okay, I'm having a headache, so he will also give you the medicine, same medicine. So but this, understand that this guy doesn't know that what happened, why he is giving this medicine. But he knows that from the experience that many patients are coming with those prescriptions, that if this headache is there, and then doctor gives this kinds of medicine. So this shopkeeper is actually learning from the data of the prescriptions. Okay, so many patients are coming from with these different kinds of symptoms, and what's medicine is prescribed. So he knows this input and output. Okay, so what is the disease, what is the symptom, and what is the medicine. So from those actually he is learned, and then later given any data, any similar data, he can actually answer. Okay, so that's basically given this data. From this data itself we understand the logic. Okay, we do not know, try to know that what is, how actually this data is following. Okay, so what is the rules and facts. Okay, here we are following only through the numbers. Okay, so from the data. Okay, okay, so why actually these two are important. Okay, so when you have, for example, this mathematics you are doing, so in mathematics actually you have all those data, and then you try to follow this one after another. That's basically logical. Okay, deductions. But in some cases, for example, this environment, you see that in environment there are many things actually which are unknown to us. So through facts actually it's very difficult to understand how actually this happened. Okay, so for example, if I'm just giving an example, there's a brain related, or how actually we feel emotional, how we feel um, for example, we have we feel so for example depressed. Okay, so that in brain actually there are several things happen, but many times we do not understand. Even the doctors also, they do not understand what is actually logic. There are several researches going on. Okay, but we could actually understand. Okay, so using this black box. Okay, so black box learning that given this input, what is the output? And from this black box input and output, we try to understand the inside of the black box. Okay, we try to model the black box. Okay, because many times this environment is very complicated and it is very difficult to learn, understand everything. So this second case is this inductive reasoning or from data-driven reasoning, that is actually known as machine learning. Okay, so machine, if you have the data, from data itself, we learn the inside of this model and we try to follow. Okay, so I will give you some examples. For example, if you read articles from newspaper, and then some, if I'm telling you that, okay, so can you classify one article whether it's a shipping, it's basically, for example, sports article, or it's a finance article. Okay, so can I just is it possible to classify, if you means for human being, that to classify an article whether it is a from sports article or it's a from finance article? So how actually human being can do that? So he will read the newspaper and then he will take several keywords. Okay, so words, and then he will see that these words are actually are coming from which fields. It is from sports category or it is from finance category. For example, that in finance articles you might have you might read that, okay, stock, share, data, money, rupees. Okay, so these kinds of data. And when you will be reading this sports article, then there would be cricket, football, then Virat Kohli, then these kinds of international cricket. Okay, so these kinds of words will appear. So based on these words, actually you may classify an article into one of this category. Either this article will be finance or negative. So for example, if it is in a finance article, so from this finance article we can actually select so which kinds of words are appearing. Okay, so I can have for them 100 words or 200 words. So from this 200 words, so which words appear in this finance article and which words appear in the sports article? So based on those words distributions, we can actually know that if this article considers many words from this sports, that means it will be of sports category. Okay, similarly we can understand a disease diagnosis. So disease diagnosis is, for example, if I'm just like a pharmacy shopkeeper. Okay, so as I gave you example, so I just make a data. Okay, so database, I form a database where so I just write that, okay, patients want data. Okay, so for example, what is the age, gender, whether he is an alcoholic, smoking, if there is any chest pain or not, or these kinds of different data. And finally I just write down that whether he is having, for example, heart disease or not. Okay, so I am having several data. I am collecting from lots of people. Okay, so 100 or thousands of people with these kinds of tabulated data. Like you see this database management systems. Okay, so you have a tabular data where for each patients I just collecting the information like age, gender, then you have this alcoholic, smoking, these kinds of data, and finally an outcome that if these are there, and then this patient is having heart disease. This if another set of data is coming and this patient is not having heart disease. Okay, so I am actually collecting many data like that. And so when I am having a lots of data, okay, that's actually is my knowledge or experience, from my experience, these are the data, and a new patient's data comes, and then from those data, can I use those data to tell that this new patient's data is of heart disease, yes or no? Okay, so that's actually from those data you can develop a model like y equal to mx plus c that I was saying, a regression line, a line fitting, or some classifier. Okay, so which actually says that if this data is of yes or this data is of no, then if a new patient's data is coming, then I can actually set for it. Okay, so it can be not it can be the disease present or absent, or it could be for the severity analysis, like whether the disease, whether the patient is having this disease of high severity or low severity. For example, it would be 0. I can make a scale 0 to 5, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, something like this. Okay, so I can so these are actually different classes. Instead of 2 class in the previous program, instead of 2 class, I can actually make 5 class or 6 class according to the severity. So I can say that okay, he's having a low severity 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 based on this different data. Okay, so given this data set, how actually we can make a model? Okay, that's basically this machine learning. Okay, so machine learning is what, when we have this lot of data, when we collect a lot of data, and from those data itself we try to make a rule. Okay, we try to make a mathematical formulations which actually satisfy most of the data in this training from this training data set. Okay, and then a given new data, so we use this model to find the answer. It could be predictions. Okay, so for example, I am saying this digit recognition. Okay, in machine learning, you might have heard that in digit recognition there is a old problem of handwriting recognition that I already showed you this captcha. Okay, so for example, you have this digit recognition. These are different 5 classes and 6 classes. Okay, so if one doesn't know that English handwriting or English writing, so he will know that okay, this is of one class, this is of another class. But if you say that okay, these are of 5 and these are of 6, and now given a new data, it's similar to 5, then it will say that okay, this sample looks like of this category, and this category is known as 5, so this sample will be of class 5. Okay, this is of digit recognition. Now in this machine learning, actually there are 3 things. One is supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. Supervised learning is when we have the data and we actually also provide some level. Okay, so I say that okay, so this, for example, in the previous example, that okay, I say that okay, so this data are of class 5. These data are 6. Okay, these are all different samples of 6. These are all several samples of 5. When I say that it is 5, it is 6, then this is actually supervised learning. So in supervised learning, you have different data along with the level. Okay, this what is the class level? And unsupervised learning is that you just provide the data, you do not give any level. Okay, so this you say that this is of one class, one category, this is another category. Now if you give another 5 or 6, and then you do not, it will not say that okay, it is of class 5 or it is class 6, because it doesn't know okay 5 or 6. He only knows that it is of this shape, or this is of shape of this class. Okay, so it can only categorize okay according to the data. So when the label and final label is not given, then you can say that it is unsupervised. Okay, so you have lots of data, and a new data is coming, and you can just categorize that it is of which class, which the shape or structure looks like which data. When you give the label, then actually it will say that okay, so this label is given, so that means it is of class 5 or class 6. Then you have also another class category, that is reinforcement learning. Reinforcement learning, actually it uses this machine learning. It is also machine learning, but instead of for this every step, it gives you the rewards at the final. Okay, so final means, so for example, in the chess, okay, so you play some moves. It may be some, for example, sacrifice means, for example, you give a piece, and then someone will take, and but it may look like a bad move, but at the end it may be a good move. So at the end you will know that okay, this game is won or not lost based on the movement of each piece. Okay, so there actually, so it is, if you are winning or losing, then if you are winning, so all moves will be given some rewards. If you lost, then all moves will be given some punishments. Okay, so that's actually full travel. So if you make some action, okay, so what paths you have taken, so for each path it will be given some reward or punishment based on your final outcome. Now you can make a multiple paths like this, and you see that what will be the outcome, whether you won or lost, and then based on that actually you will be given some points. And like this actually it is learning that which move is good or which move is bad, and if given a new game, it will play always the best move. Okay, that's actually the reinforcement learning. So today we are actually we'll be talking about supervised learning mostly. Okay, so supervised learning, where we have the data along with the levels. Now, when we have this supervised learning, we have the data along with labels. There are actually two categories in supervised. One is classification, another is regression. So classification means the outcome will be discrete, and in regression, outcome will be continuous. For example, if I'm saying that okay, so today what will be the temperature, whether it will be there will be snow or not, okay, or there will be snow or not. If I'm saying, then actually there are two class, yes or no, then it is a discrete, so it is actually classification. If I'm saying that okay, so what will be the temperature, okay, so you can say okay, it will be -2, -1, +1, 0 something, then actually it is a regression problem. That means outcome is actually not in a continuous mode, discrete mode. It's actually, you say that it could be some numbers. So for example, you can say that okay, what will be the run of Virat Kohli in the next match? So that will be actually regression. If you say that okay, so Virat Kohli will make a century or not, so that's actually yes or no, that will be a classification. Okay, so have this supervised. In supervised, you remember that we have the labels outcomes, means when we actually train our system, we give also some labels. Okay, so for example, Virat Kohli's runs, if I'm saying that okay, so Virat Kohli is if played 100 matches, in each match what was his score, whether he made a century or not, or against which team he has made. So these data I am having. So from those data, I actually make a model. And now a new data is coming. The Virat Kohli will be playing against Australia. So if you have a new data, then whether he will make a century or not, from those data actually I will be classifying yes or no. Okay. So you have basically now this two things, training data and testing data. Okay, so when I'm saying this model, so or shopkeeper, this pharmacy shopkeeper, what he does, he has actually learned or made a model from some data. Okay, so those data are actually training data, through which actually he has learned, he has made his model. And now a given data is coming, so what he is predicting. So this test data is the this new data is the test data, and there you say that if you can, if your model is correctly predicting, that means your model is correct. If your model doesn't predict properly, your model is wrong. So how actually you will know that whether your model is correct or not? So given 100 data or some data, 100 or 2000 data, test data, you check that how many times your model is correct, how many times your model. So you are actually checking performance. Okay, out of 1000 data or 100 data, how many times your system performs better. That is the testing. Okay, so that is training data and testing data. And when I am calling that a data, so this could be data. Sometimes you will say that it is an example. I say that okay, this is an example, or this is an instance, or this is a data. These are used in many different papers in many different ways. Okay, now I'm giving you another one example. Okay, so inductive learning or machine learning based examples. So for example, you might see this game, tic-tac-toe game, circle, cross. You know that one player will be playing a circle, another player will be cross, and then if they are in this diagonal or in this row wise or column wise same, then actually whoever makes it first, he is winning. So how to make this data in a model, so that given a new data, if some data is coming, and then you can predict that whether it will be a winning position or a losing position. Can you do that? So how actually you will represent the data? Okay, so given these are actually some applications, how will you represent the data? So for example, here in this game, I can represent it. So for example, if you having this 9 points are there, so I can make it so this is a first point. First point could be circle or cross. So I can say that okay, circle I'm representing as a -1, and cross I am making it as a +1. And then if some data is not given, then I said just it's a don't care. So don't care positions, I'm just giving it as a 0. Okay, so I have now new data. New data, you can make it in a tabular structures, like tabular structure. First data is coming -1, minus 0, +1, 0, +1, 0, 0. You have this 9 data. Okay, so 9 attributes. So I say if you remember this medicine patients, okay, patients, I have collected data like age, gender information, health, this alcoholic or not. So similarly, you have these 9 attributes. Okay, so 9 attributes means 9 properties. Of 9 properties we have collected from the patients. So in these examples also, I have collected 9 properties of this game, and you see this outcome is basically maybe this fx is +1. Okay, and if this 0, 0 is winning, then I can say it is a -1. Right? So similarly, I can have many examples of these games, and for each example, I will have a data. Okay, so now if I'm just representing, so for example, I'm representing it in like this way. So 0.5 or 2.8. Okay, in this two-dimensional space. Okay, in this two-dimensional space, it will have some positive plus, some negative plus. Positive plus means whether he is he has won, or he is losing. Okay, minus means, and then each data you can say that okay, it is a 0.5, 2.8. Here actually in this example it will be 9, 9 plus. Okay, 9 dimension. I'm just explaining in a 2-dimension, in a simpler way. So to simpler way means you have, for example, you say that 0.5, 2.8. So given an example, so for example, a digit, okay, digit 5 or 6. I'm giving you this example. 5 or 6. So I'm just collecting the height or width. Okay, so these two properties I am collecting from each image. Okay, so if I am having this properties, so properties means, so in x-axis it will be height, width axis, y-axis it will be width. So a given example of 5, I'm just writing that, okay, if the height is, for example, and let's consider one example, the 0.5 is the x and y value is 2.8, then this sample is basically positive plus, or means it is class 5. If you have another example, then you have of 5, then it's actually, maybe you can plot it here. So like that, you see that there are actually many plus 5 examples, and there are many 6 examples. Okay, so if you want to make a classifier, okay, so you want to say that, okay, how actually a new samples, if a new sample comes, and can you tell or predict that whether this sample is plus or minus? How can you do that? Okay, so it is actually a classification. Okay, so you have basically discrete category plus or minus, because here you have 2 plus. How can you do that? So can you make from this training data, from the training data, for example, 100 examples or 200 examples, I have plus examples or minus examples. From these examples, can I make a line? Okay, so simple y equal to mx plus c, or any lines can I make which actually divides, okay, the samples into 2 categories. Means, so the negative samples will be in the right side, positive samples will be in the left side, or maybe some another line could be there. It could be this line, it could be, I'm not saying that this is the one line, base line. There could be many lines which actually can divide the plus sample, because if you see this sample, this line, in this line, if I'm just saying that all samples in this right side will be of negative, but still there are some errors. Okay, so you see that if this negative samples, these are in the left side, but these are considered as negative. Here this sample is in the right side, but it is positive. So if you have some question data, some data, you say that, okay, based on this line, this will be as a negative, and these 2 question data will be positive, because these are in right side or left side. Similarly, I can make another line like this, okay, or I can make like this. So which line is the best from this data space? Okay, so given some data points which you have learned, so how actually you can make a divider, how you can make a divider which will separate this data into 2 parts. So I just move. So what we are doing here, so given for this, there are several applications actually. So as I was already telling you, so you can see this categorizing email message or to spam or not spam, or identifying tumor cells. Okay, so there are several examples, okay, in healthcare, uh, and then education sectors, stock exchange, everywhere, business, everywhere, this machine learning is actually being applied. It could be some classification mode, or it could be in a regression. Regression mode means, for example, this weather forecast, stock exchange data, okay, this kinds of. So what we have learned from the previous slides, that, okay, so given some data, so for example, I am having some transactions, first samples, you have some, for example, some attributes, yes, no, or something like second attribute, large, medium, small, third attribute maybe salary or something, this is also another attribute, and then finally it is telling that whether it is yes or no. Okay, so I can say that, okay, this is maybe a credit card fraud detections, that whether the person has taken a loan or credit card and then yes, not paid properly. Okay, so that's basically yes or no plus, and these are the different categories, and there are 10 samples in this data set, training data. So from those training data, actually I want to make a model, and then make a model means I want to make a line separator. Okay, so which actually separates positive samples in one side and negative samples in another side. If I make this separator, that's the basically classifier. Okay, now given data, testing data, so those testing data, where it appears in this in this data space, whether those testing data appears in the left side or right side of the divider. If it is following the rules, then actually you can get to the answer. Okay, so I'm just telling you two different classes, simplest classifiers, so you can also use, and these are being used in many applications. First one is k-nearest neighbor. Okay, so k-nearest neighbor. So for example, if I'm just telling you this, these are the data. Okay, so some data are given that 5th July, some sportsman, whether he has played golf or not, and what is the weather on that day. Okay, so that sportsman did not play golf, and the weather was temperature hot, outlook sunny, humidity high, and windy falls. And someday he has played golf when with temperature hot, outlook overcast, humidity high, and windy falls. Okay, he played. So like this, actually there are different days, and this is the different days. So this is the date, and these 1, 2, 3, 4 attributes. Okay, 4 attributes are there, and then the final one is the label. Okay, so these labels are given. It is actually supervised learning, and it is also a classifications. Okay, because it's a yes or no. And the new data that another day, the weather is cool, sunny, normal, false, whether the person will play golf or not. Okay, so from those data, can I predict? Okay, can I predict from those data that whether a person will play golf or not? So these are the training data. This is the testing data. These are basically different attributes. Okay, so temperature, outlook, these are attributes, and this is the final column is the level. Okay, so now if you are having this testing data, these 4 attributes are given. So you see these 4 attributes: cool, sunny, normal, false, whether you will play golf or not. You say that this is actually the same data already appeared. Okay, and this answer was yes. Okay, so then you can say that this is yes. So in this example, when the data are similar, it already appeared. If you remember this pharmacy shopkeeper's role, so if he has already those data and he has seen that okay, yes or no of those examples, and now he given a new data, if the same data appears, he can always give the answer without any sketching. Okay, so everything will be means it is already given. So this is called routine learning. Okay, so already this data are there in history. It will just find out. It's a similar to your database management. So if you have these attributes, okay, query, you just check that whether the similar query, similar attributes appear or not. If the similar query appears, then you can get the answer. Now the problem will be there that if you have a new data where these attributes are not same to the any example. For the mild, sunny, normal, false, these 4 attributes are not coming same, okay, on any day. So what will happen? Okay, so here actually we'll see that if those attributes are not same, then I will try to check that okay, so which data is closer to this one. Okay, so here for example, I see that these are all of temperature, outlook, this humidity, windy. Out of these 4, you see there's 3 attributes. 4 attributes are not matching. 3 attributes might be matching. So you see this out of these 4 in this 12th July, 3 matching, and the answer is no. 14th July, this answer is yes. 3 given examples, the answer is yes. 1 example, it is no. So with these 4 examples, you see this 3 are yes, 1 is no. So as we see this majority, okay, majority voting means maximum times it is coming yes. So the answer will be considered yes. So I can say that okay, this new data will be considered yes. So here you see this new data comes which actually does not appear in the training data. Okay, same way, all the attributes are not same. Then what we are doing, we try to see closer one. Okay, which sample is closer to this, and based on the closest sample and whatever the sample closest sample predicted. Okay, so based on the decisions, I take that is okay. So this is actually called k-nearest neighbor. So given in new data, I just try to find out the nearest examples. If it is the same, then it is okay, fine. If it is not same, then actually you will have to find this near closer one and see that what is the best results. So from a list of training data, what we are trying to do, we make in a data space, you have some class A, class B, class C, and a new data sample comes. From this new sample, you can also plot in this data space and see that which data is closest. And then if the data is closest is this red one, then you can say that this closest sample is the red one, you make an answer. Okay, that will be a red. So this is very simpler, and actually it's what we need to do. So given some data, training data of plus and minus examples, and a new example comes, a testing data comes, okay, across is the new test data. So what we try to do, we see that what is the, which sample is the closest. How we can find out? We find out using some Euclidean distance. For example, I can find out the distance between this new data to all the data. Okay, so for example, it is a for example, if you know this in the data space xy space, you have one data point, another data point. What will be the distance? It is basically root over x2 minus x1 square plus x2 y2 minus y1 whole square. So from this Euclidean space, you can find out the distance. So for each examples, you find out the distance, and whichever sample is having minimum distance, you find out his answer. That is the nearest neighbor. Now, if I'm going for two nearest examples, so for example, this one nearest neighbor, it is correct. Now you see that maybe this sample, if you just see that this is the negative sample, but if you go to a larger window, okay, so instead of this nearest, if I'm just going for two nearest, then I see that this is the another, the second example is positive, third example is positive. Okay, so you see this, when the minimum closest sample is the -1, -1, no category, but when I'm just increasing a little distance, 3 nearest neighbor, then actually the sample will be classified as positive. Okay, so you have this cross, this testing data. When I'm going for one nearest neighbor, means minimum one, then it is classified as no. When I'm going for three nearest neighbor, it is classified as yes, positive. Okay, so there actually you have a question that how many neighbors you will consider when you will be going for nearest neighbor selection. Okay, so there are actually several distance measures are there that I already told you. It's distances between 2 points. It's Euclidean distance. You can go for Manhattan or city block distance, or new if you have this. If the data axes are not similar, for example, one axis is of salary, another axis is of, for example, age. Okay, so for example, human age is from, for example, uh, up to 80 or 90. Okay, but the salary could be of 1 lakh or 80 lakhs or 1 crore. So if you have these two axes, and then if you want to make it a Euclidean distance, then the salary component uh, will be dominating. Okay, so in there you need to have a normalization. So means all both axes will be from 0 to 1. Okay, to have a good results. Now, as I was saying that how actually you will be using, so whether it will be considered as 1 or 3. So now you see that if I'm going for five nearest example, then maybe my results could be same, or it could be, for example, different. If I'm just taking 5 examples, 5 closes, maybe you see that these 2 negative examples will be considered, and then the results will be negative. So which one is better? 1, 3, 5, 7, or 1? Okay. So mostly, actually, you have to check from this data, training data. You have also another data, which is, for example, validation, which is called validation data. So you have to see. So given this validation data, and then if you consider for the one nearest neighbor, with those validation data, what is the results? Given 3 nearest neighbor, what is the result? 5 nearest neighbor, what is the result? Now, can you find the best values of k? Okay, so with which actually you are getting the best accuracy. Means what is the maximum accuracy, and when you find, when you received it, when the, what is the value of k when you found your best accuracy. So that is your number decision. Okay, so you will not go 1, 2, 3 something like this, but it will be decided based on your validation data. So from validation data, we will decide what is the value of k, and that value you will be using in your testing data. Okay, so now let's move to another classifier that's say called decision tree. That is also very simple, but this is also being used a lot of times. Okay, for example, that I'm telling you this one example that problem that it is to decide whether to wait for a table at a restaurant based on the following attributes. Okay, so if someone goes to a restaurant, whether he will wait for the table or not. Okay, in that restaurant. So these are the 10 and different attributes. Alternate, is there any alternate restaurants are there? Is there a comfortable bar area to wait in? Today is Friday or Saturday. Are we really hungry? So these are different attributes. Okay, number of people in the means you need to wait for a long time. Okay, so for example, you have this waiting estimations, whether the waiting time will be 0 to 10 minutes, at 30 minutes, something. Kind of restaurants, whether you really interested to go to this restaurants because the food is maybe same you are liking or you do not like. Did you have a reservations? Is it raining outside so you do not like to go? Okay, price range, whether it is a cheaper or very expensive. At the number of people in the restaurant is no one, or it is full, or sometimes it is some. So these are the different attributes are there. So you see that similarly to these examples I have told you, so you have several data, okay, and these are the attributes. Like for example, first persons, we have collected data that this person was waiting in that restaurant. T means true, F means false. For that person, he has the choice of, is there any alternative restaurant? Yes, he has an alternative choice, and that a restaurant is not having any bar area. It was not Friday. He was hungry, and the restaurant was having some people. Okay, the price range was expensive. It was not raining. the reservation, he made a reservation, the food type was French, the estimation time is 0 to 10 minutes. So something like this, you have these 12 examples and these are the outcomes, okay, whether this person's waited or did not wait, and these are the different attributes. So from those data, can I make a model, okay, so that a new data comes, and from those data, if I just collect those attributes, these different attributes, can I predict that whether this person will be waiting or not, okay. So similarly, any examples, you can consider any applications, okay, from those applications, can I, if I'm having this several examples, thousands or millions of examples with these kinds of attributes, okay, so these attributes, and I am having also some levels. So can I make a model, okay, some line which actually can say that it is yes or it is no? How? So for example, it's similar to your in computer science, it's a binary tree, binary search tree. So it's actually very simple that you see, just check, okay. So for example, you have these different attributes. I do not need to use all the attributes. For example, I have a model, I have a decision, I make a decision tree. This is a decision tree. So first I will just check the patrons. If the patron is no, none, okay, so patron means no people are there in the restaurant, that means no one is actually waiting. False. Means all are living, okay. So the patron means it's a false. What it happens? Patron means if you have some people are there, that means he is waiting. If it is full, he is not waiting. If he is none, there is no people, that means he is leaving. Okay, so he is not waiting. False. So like that. So based on a simple attribute, can I decide? So for example, if for patrons, if it is none, then everyone is leaving. No one is waiting. That means they understand that the restaurant might not be good, so they leave. Okay, so this you see that from these examples here, if the patron is none, so whenever none examples are there, this X7, none, it is actually living. None is living. So this whatever examples you have, if it is none, is actually living. So this is living. Then if there is some examples, some is there, some people are there. So some people are there, that means he is waiting. Some people are there, he is waiting. Some people waiting. See. So when some people are there, he is waiting. So you can get that pattern with none, some is there true. Okay. So if a new example comes, I do not need to know all the attributes. I just check the patrons. If it is none or some. If it is not, I can take a decision that you will not wait. If I am seeing that if there are some patrons, some, then it will be waiting. Okay. If it is full, then it is false, it is true. So I cannot decide. Okay. I do not have the answer. So there actually what I have to do, I have to make another attribute to make the decisions. I have to find another attribute which will make the decision, similar decision. So let's consider this weight estimate. Okay, so in weight estimate, I see that whether the weight estimation is 0 to 10 minutes, 10 to 30 minutes, 30 to 60 minutes, or more than 60 minutes. If the weight estimate is 0 to 10 minutes, then he is waiting. So if the patron is full, and after that the weight estimation is 0 to 10 minutes, that means he is waiting. Okay, so like this actually, if we have a decision tree, if we make a decision tree, then we can get the predictions very quickly. Okay, and it will be so and it will be correct. You see that from those data, from these 12 examples, we have prepared this decision tree. How we can prepare that, I will tell you. Okay, so we have this from these 12 examples. If I can make a decision tree that with this, from which attribute will be the first it will take a decision. If I can find out, then it's correct. If I do not find, then actually I'll take another one, and then another one, and then I can move. Okay, so these are the different attributes through which actually I will parse the tree, and then I can make the decision. So given new example, you can take new examples, and you see that if from this pattern I can give the answer, that's perfect. If I cannot find, then I'll check the weight estimation. If I find that is good, if I do not find, then I'll find some another attribute and I'll try to see that. In the leaf nodes, will actually decide, give me the answer that whether it is yes or no. And this intermediate nodes are actually these attributes. Okay, root node or this internal nodes are attributes, which actually will tell me that whether to move to the left or right. Okay. Now, if you have a tree like this and a new example comes, you can make the decision. Now, how to make this tree? Can we do it? Okay, so because we have, as I was saying, that we have basically this data. From those data, I want to make a decision tree like this. How can I make? Okay, so if you have a data, from those data, I want to make a decision tree such that a new example comes and this will be moved here and there, and then I can get the answer. Okay, so how I can do that? So one simple example is that it's a ID3. Okay, ID3 algorithm. It's very popular in this decision tree approaches. So it actually uses the entropy value. Means entropy means, for example, if you have these examples, two examples, you have this, for example, in our given restaurant examples, you see this number of examples where, so out of these 12, 6 examples were true, 6 examples were false. Okay, and pattern somewhere true, some false, and none. Okay, some, none, and full. Now, if I'm just having this pattern examples from this 12 training data, if I use this pattern attribute, if the value is none, then actually, as you have seen, this all are actually coming as no. If some is coming, it is always yes. If it is full, sometimes it is yes, sometimes it is no. Okay. Similarly, if I'm just going for another attribute from this, if I, instead of this pattern, okay, as the root node, instead of this pattern as the root node, if I'm just using this type, okay, restaurant type, you'll see that sometimes if I'm just using French, green, red, I cannot decide. Italian, green, red, I cannot decide. So which one is better, pattern or type? So pattern is better because at least you can get some decisions. Okay, that none is yes, no, some is yes. But in type, you do not get any answer. Always you have to use another attribute. So pattern is better choice than this type. Okay, so when we try to make a decision tree, then actually we'll use pattern as the one of the better candidate than this type. Now, how to decide? Okay, which one will be better, pattern or type? So, okay, so let's see that. Okay, given this that I was telling that if you have this example, sometimes yes, sometimes no, and then if I'm example using some pattern attribute, then this I can actually separate them into two classes. If I'm having another, for example, type attribute, then if I'm having some type attribute, then I cannot actually decide. So this type attribute is not good. How actually you will do it? You can use it using entropy. Entropy is basically the non-homogeneous or homogeneity, okay, of this distribution of the data, homogeneousness. Okay, I'm just telling you this. Homogeneity. Homogeneity means you have, for example, if you have all the data are of the same class, then actually you will get a very low entropy. Means there is no disturbance. Okay, means there is no mixture. When all the data, so for example, if you have this proportion of positive data in a distribution, if the proportion of positive data is less, means 0, means all data are negative. If proportion of data is 50-50, 50%, means positive samples 50%, negative samples 50%. If positive proportion be positive is 1, that means all data are positive, negative data is less. When there is positive, less positive, no negative data, then entropy is low. Entropy is high when you will have mixture. Okay, positive and negative all are same. When you have all negative data or all positive data, then entropy will be low. So entropy is actually, you can measure it using a simple formula. Okay, minus proportion of these positive examples of log of P positive and minus P negative of log P negative. P negative means proportion of negative data. P positive means proportion of positive data. Okay, positive examples. Okay, I give you an example. It's actually, it will help you. So for example, if I am having that example, 3 positive data and 3 negative data. So what will be the entropy? You see this 3 negative data, 3 positive data, it will be using the same formula, minus 3 by 6 log 2, 3 by 6, 3 by 6, it will be 1. If I am having 4 yes, 0 negative, then actually means all are positive, no negative. So 4 by 4 log 4 by 4, 0 by 4 log 0. Okay, so when I am having any one is actually 0, then entropy is 0. When in both are same, okay, numbers are same, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, then actually entropy is the maximum. Okay, so that's actually, that is more when you have impure data, mixed data, entropy is high. When the data is pure, then entropy is low. So can I use these concepts to make the decision? So I'm just giving you another example. So when all are positive data, no negative data, entropy is 0. When negative data is coming more and more, then you see this entropy is becoming higher. And then when this again its data is going down, then entropy actually will be less. So can I use this entropy to find that which attribute will be better? Okay, so let's consider this another example. I will come to this restaurant problem again. So for example, I am having this wind examples. From this wind examples, if I am, it can be grouped into 2 parts, weak or strong. Okay, wind will be maybe 6 positive, 2 negative. Strong, it will be 3 positive, 3 negative. Initially it has 9 positive, 5 negative. Okay, so initially you see this entropy when I'm not making any distribution in this total, in this wind examples, there were 14 examples. Out of 14, 9 positive, 5 negative. So the entropy, you see this using the similar formula of entropy. Entropy comes as 0.9. When I'm making a weak examples and strong examples, 6 positive, 2 negative, 3 positive, 3 negative. So entropy of this distribution will be 0.81. Entropy of this distribution is strong of 1. So whether this entropy before this distribution and after this distribution is changing or not, how will you know? So that actually we measure. So I'm just finding out the difference of the entropy before this division, 0.94 minus this 0.81 and 0.1 based on the number of childs, okay, number of items in each category, 8 by 14, 6 by 12. So you see this 0.049. So I am actually gaining, means whatever I have initially and after that, what is the change? So using this, actually I'll be following. So initially, in our reference problem, I had this 6 positive, 6 negative. So entropy was minus 6 by 12, 6 by 12, 0.60. If I am using alternate attribute, so with this alternate attribute, entropy will be You see this 3 positive. So out of this, you see this, if I'm consider alternate attribute, okay, so when it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 examples are of true, 6 examples are false, okay, and from those 6 true positive examples, okay, you see that 3 true, 3 positives, okay, alternative yes, okay? Alternative true, you have this 3 true, 3 positive, 3 false, 3 negative, and alternative no also false, you have 3 true, 3 false. You have these distributions, and from each child you can find the entropy. So entropy of this child, it will be 3 by 6, log 3 by 6. Here also it will be same. So entropy is 0.30. So entropy initially it was 0.30 and later it is 0.30. So there is no change, 0. Now if I'm going for patron example, so I am having this example, this distributions. So I'm finding the entropy of this part. It is basically this one. It will be 0. Here also it will be 0. And this one, because there is no impurity. And here it will be, you see that it will be 2 by 6 and log 2 by 6, 4 by 6, 4 by 6. You will see that it will be 0.14. So initially it was 0.30. After that it was 0.14. So change is 0.16. So jumping is 0.16. For each attribute, I can find this entropy gain, and I see that with which attribute you get the maximum jump. So with this different examples, alternate it was 0, patron it was 0.16, price is 0.07. So you see this best one is patron. Patron is giving you the maximum jump 1.6. So I'll choose the first attribute as patron in our decision tree. And then the second attribute I'll be selecting using the similar formula, okay, from the remaining 11 attributes or 9 attributes. Okay, so I am having total 10 attributes. One attribute is decided. This out of these 9 attributes, I will choose the second one, which is the best. Okay, so similar to this entropy formula. Entropy means whether this attribute is giving the decision as pure or impure, or if it is impure, how much impure it is. Okay, so like that actually I will find out those answers and make a decision. Okay. So this will be the best decision tree using this entropy formula. This is called ID3 algorithm. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, I can discuss. So what we have discussed today, so I have introduced this machine learning problems, different applications, and we have discussed the supervised, unsupervised algorithms. And finally, I have shown you 2 different classification algorithm. One is nearest neighbor, another is decision trees. Now, if you see there's 2 examples, 2 classification, decision trees and k nearest neighbors, which one will be faster in training? Okay, see, if you see this training data in basically training time for decision tree will be taking more time because you have to prepare this decision tree. But for k nearest neighbor, you do not need to prepare any model. Okay, so these are all stored in memory. So this nearest neighbor is faster. But testing time, k nearest neighbor actually given a new data, it will check all the data in the training data and it will find the distance. So that will take a lot of time. Whereas in the decision tree, you have already a decision tree. Actually, given a new data, you just match 3 or 4 attributes and you can get to the answers from the leaf nodes whether it is yes or no. Okay, so this decision tree is faster than this k nearest neighbor. Both decision tree nearest neighbors are being used and very popular. Okay, so I hope you have these algorithms useful. There are many more algorithms like neural networks, support vector machines, random forest, These are also very simple. Okay, so these are all data driven. Given some data, you actually make some rules, find some rules which actually satisfy your training data. And now given data, you use that model to find the results. Okay, so like from this actually this you see this autonomous driving or all these applications are running. So thank you very much. I would like to acknowledge this different grants and universities. Okay, so I am having projects from Japan, this DST, ISI. Okay, I am also visiting scientist in ISI, Japan, Osaka Prefecture universities. I'm having projects from DRDO, DST, Samsung. Okay. So thank you very much, and if you may find all the details in polymer.iitr.ac.in. You can contact me at partha.iitr.ac.in or this pdoy.fcs.iitr.ac. Okay, so I can take some questions if you have. Do you have any questions?
From the participant end. So I assume there is no question, sir. Thank you very much for your informative and interactive session. It was a wonderful session given by you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, madam. Yeah, if you have any questions, you can always write me. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Shall I leave? Yes. I don't hear you. I think it's okay, sir. So I'll leave, right? Fine.
This conference will now be recorded.
Thank you, Dr. Navdeep ji, for inviting me to this online FDP. I always love to come to your campus. You all are so friendly. Your principal, the HOD of Management Studies Department. So it is always a pleasure being there. But because of the pandemic, we are forced to be in house and do these things in a different mode. So that is also a good experience to feel. And can I have a quick means you can tell me on behalf of participants their background, that what type of background they have, so that I understand and we can discuss keeping their expectations into consideration.
So the faculties are from management and faculty. Oh, sorry, very sorry. Management and technology.
Okay, so they are the faculty members of management and engineering colleges.
Hanji, engineering colleges.
Right, perfect. So, dear participants of this FDP, Hope all of you are able to hear me. And since it is a faculty development program, so it will be much better that you keep asking questions. If you ask questions, it will help us not only to clarify our doubts, but also it will help in peer learning. That is a very important thing, that here if 20 people are there, so we all must learn from each other also. You will get some knowledge from the speaker. That is one part of the FDP. But the other important thing is you all are having good exposure, good you can say experience, different kind of environment in which you are working. So when you ask questions, when you discuss a particular point, it will help all of us to gain more knowledge. So therefore in FDPs, it is you can say a very important part that you should ask questions, you should go for more discussions, and I will try to facilitate those discussions so that we can take maximum advantage of this particular 1.5 hours. Now, hope my PPT is visible to all of you. Let me make it full screen. So the PPT is visible to all of you.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, perfect. So we are going to talk about ethics and IPR for interdisciplinary research in this particular session. And the flow of our discussion will be about IPR, the different types of IPR, some of the examples, the importance, few common case studies I will be discussing with you. Then we will have other part of the discussion, that is based on ethics. What are the research ethics, the essential part of research ethics, and I will also like to discuss as a special case the ethics aspects related to COVID-19. And finally, we'll conclude the session with some findings of our discussion. So that will be the flow of our this particular session. Now, when we come to IPR, that what is IPR? So many of you already know that whenever we talk of IPR, one word comes to our mind, that is patent. So recently, in last few years, Government of India has also emphasized a lot on patents coming from higher educational institutions. And some of you may be knowing that government has started a particular, you can say, competition among the higher educational institutions, that is known as ARIA, for becoming more innovative institution. I hope you all are aware of these two very important rankings. One is NIRF, National Institutional Ranking Framework, and the second is ARIA, Atal Ranking for Institutional Innovation. So these are two very important rankings, and ARIA is purely focused on the innovation aspect of any institution, that how your institute is facilitating the process of innovation. We earlier used to have innovation coming because of jugaad. Whenever if most of you I think are from North India, so jugaad is a very popular word in North India. Whenever we are not able to do a task in a systematic manner, we try to find some kind of ad hoc solution, and that ad hoc solution is nothing but jugaad. So we generally find jugaad as a part of our life. But the intellectual property rights and these things, they have created a systematic way of procuring, or you can say safeguarding our intellectual property. So there is an organization which is known as WIPO, 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 you can see, and this WIPO is World Intellectual Property Organization. This is World Intellectual Property Organization, and this is the organization which decides all rules, regulations related to your intellectual property. So according to WIPO, intellectual property is a term which is referring the creation of the mind. This is about the creation of mind that is related to your brain, and those things which are related to your mind in sorry, there is some chat. The slides are cutting from the sides. Okay, why it is cutting from the sides? What should I do?
Excuse me, sir, you can press Control minus so that the screen size may get down.
That is what I am trying to do. That is what exactly.
So Control minus may work, I suppose.
Yes. No, it is not working. Is it okay now?
No, sir.
No. Is it not okay still?
So just zoom out the PPT.
Is it okay? Is it okay now? Can somebody respond?
But it is the same, it was coming earlier.
But I think why it is happening that?
And sir, it is showing only first slide. According to WIPO property, IP is a term creations. Like
we are only on the first slide right now, but why this is?
Please move on to the second or third slide. Then it might take like after your reduction.
So do one thing, I'm just going to give you the rights again, right? Just try to do it again.
Okay.
So now it's visible, sir.
Yeah, I think now you are able to see it. I think because in the preview I am able to see that the entire slide is visible?
Yes, sir,
Clear, sir.
right now it's visible. It's pretty much
Oh,
clear.
yeah. Okay, then let us go. So I was saying that I think the problem is coming when I'm going for slideshow. Then it is giving me some problem. So let me go with this. I think this is visible. You are able to read.
Yes, sir, perfectly.
Okay. So as I was saying that this WIPO is the organization which looks after the entire working related to intellectual property rights. That is World Intellectual Property Organization. And this is a body, or you can say subsidiary of United Nations. So WIPO has a global presence because all those countries which are member of UN, they are following the laws and the guidelines given by WIPO. So intellectual property, as I was saying, is a term which is related to creation of the mind, such as inventions, literary work, artistic work, design, symbols, names, images, which are used for commerce, for some kind of economic activities. So these are different types of IPR. We will see in the next slide that these are some of the common type of intellectual property rights, where this patent is the most common one. Patent is the most common. Most of you know about patents. Then you all are teachers of engineering and management colleges. For you, the second important type of IP is copyrights. So for us, those attending this particular FDP, patent and copyrights are the two most important type of IP. Though there may be some other type of IPs also, like trademark. So we all know that there are different types of symbols which are used by different organizations. Like here, if you see on this side, I have used the logo of IIT Roorkee. So this is like a trademark of IIT Roorkee, and we have registered this particular trademark. So no one can use this IIT Roorkee logo without permission of the institute. So all the institutions, they have their logos, they have their uh, specific way to write the name of the institution, so that it becomes a kind of an official document. So that is protected under the Trademark Act. Similarly, you have industrial design. So some of the products which are known because of a particular design. A very good example is Enfield motorcycle, Royal Enfield. So that motorcycle has a very different type of design, and no other bike can have that type of design. So that is protected. That design is protected under the industrial design rights. Trade secrets, that is another type of IP. Sometimes you do not want to give something in public because you have the fear that it may be copied, and you will not be able to stop the infringement of your IP. So you want to keep it very secret. And one of the most common example of trade secret in the world is the formula of Coca-Cola. All of you must be drinking Coca-Cola. मेरे ख्याल से सभी लोग Coca-Cola पीते होंगे या पिया होगा उन्होंने कभी ना कभी. So the formula of that Coca-Cola की इसके अंदर क्या mixture है, that formula is protected under trade secret. So there are two brothers who are actually the owner of this Coca-Cola company. So that formula is known only to them. Nobody else in the world knows that formula, that what is there in this Coca-Cola. So there are these different types of IPR. One IPR which I missed in writing in this, that is also there, that is known as geographical indicator, GI. Geographical indicator is another type of IP which is given to products of a particular uh, area or a particular country, particular state, particular village. Like for an example, if you are from Banaras, so you know that Banarasi sarees are there, which are known because of its unique embroidery. So these are protected under geographical indicators. A few months back, there was a fight between Bengal and Odisha about Rasagulla, that whether this spongy Rasgulla belongs to Odisha or Bengal. And finally, Bengal and Odisha, they produced a lot of documents that originally the Rasgulla is from this particular state. So Rasgulla is also protected under geographical indicators. Similarly, many other arts, crafts, etc. are protected under the geographical indicator. So like mangoes of a particular place, tea is protected from different areas. You have a very common name, Darjeeling tea. So that Darjeeling tea is protected under the geographical indicator. So similarly, locks. So locks from Aligarh in UP. So that is protected under geographical indicator. So there are different types of products which has something related to that particular locality. So that is geographical indicators. So these are the different types of IPs which are there, and we will discuss about them in detail in our coming slides. So the first type of IP which is there, and most of us know about this type of IP, that is patent. Because as I said, for us, most common type of IP is patent. This is the most common IP. Now, what do we understand by patent? Patent has three very important conditions. Now, one is that when you have a patent on something, for an example, I have this writing pen. You can see this writing pen in my hand, and this writing pen may be having some kind of innovation because it is a magnetic pen. Using this pen, I can write on my notepad, and because of that, some innovation is there, and this may be protected under the patent law. It is protected under the patent law. Now, when it is protected under the patent law, what does it mean? What does it mean? It means that I have exclusive right. I have exclusive right on this invention to make, use, manufacture, or market the invention. I have the exclusive right whether I want to make this product, use this product, manufacture, distribute, sell, earn profit out of it. So that right is with me. You don't have that right to make this product. But if I want, I can give this right to you also, because this is my property. This is my property. So I want, like, it is very simple to understand that you all are service people, and you are working in different colleges. When you are working in colleges, you get salary, and from that salary, you make some kind of savings also. And after saving, you can purchase a piece of land. You can purchase a piece of land. That is your property. That is your property. You have purchased, but to authorize that nobody should take that property, what you do? You go to the office of registrar in your city and get it registered in your name. Otherwise, even if it is your property, anybody can come and can encroach it. Anybody can come and put the ownership on that particular land. So to protect your property, what you do, you go to the office of registrar and get it registered. Same thing, when you have done some invention, you go to the office of Controller General of Patents in India and you submit an application so that on that particular invention, you have your own exclusive right. And once that plot is registered against your name, now it is up to you what you want to do. You can make so many types of uses of it. Whether you can make your own house, whether you can make a house and give somebody on rent, or you can give that property on lease to somebody, or you can keep it for some time and maybe after 5 years your daughter marriage is there, so to make it a grand celebration you need more money and you can sell that plot so that with the proceeds you can do a grand celebration. So these are the multiple uses because you are the owner, you have the exclusive right on that piece of land. So whatever you want, you can do that. Same is with the case of these intellectual property. Intellectual property is very much similar to that physical property. And what all you can do with that physical property, almost same kind of activities you can do with intellectual property. And it is interesting that in our coming times, the importance of intellectual property is going to increase day by day. We are now living in knowledge economy, and in knowledge economy, the importance of knowledge or importance of intellectual property will be the supermost. So therefore, it is important for us to realize that we need to have exclusive ownership on our inventions. Otherwise, you will do the hard work and somebody else will take the benefit of that hard work. And therefore, it is recommended that whenever you do invention, you should immediately protect your invention under the laws of patents in India. That is very, very important. Now, one more important thing when we are talking of patents, that patents are territorial rights. Patents are territorial rights. If you have a patent in India, this patent or this exclusive right is only applicable in India. Just a minute, let me silent my mobile phone. So this patent is only applicable in India, and if you have a patent in US, so that patent is only applicable in US. So the exclusive right which is related to this particular you can say act is only related to a particular reason. You cannot have things like a global patent. There is nothing like a global patent. You can only have patent related to a particular country. Global patent type of things are not existing because each country has its own law for awarding the patent, and therefore patents are territorial in nature. It is very important thing. So if because today we are living in globalization era. So if I am making a product in India, I would like to distribute that product to many other countries in the world. I will like to distribute that in Africa, in Europe, maybe in America. So if I am looking a market in 3, 4, 5, 6 different countries, I have to protect that invention in all those countries. Otherwise, this exclusive right which I have in India can be easily infringed in some other country. So it is important that you obtain patent in all those countries where you want to have your potential market. So how will you do that? For that purpose, we have a route which is known as Patent Cooperation Treaty. PCT is normally called, where you submit an application to WIPO. You submit application to WIPO, and WIPO will evaluate your application. And WIPO will give you the examination report. And based on the examination report of WIPO, you can go to different countries for filing the patent. So your process becomes slightly simpler through PCT, because now you have examination report with you, and based on the examination report, you can go to a particular country and you know whether you will be getting patent in that country or not, because the PCT gives you the detailed examination report that in which country you can get the patent and where you cannot get the patent. So that is a very important thing about getting the global patent. So global patent will not be there, but PCT is a very useful way in your desire to get a global patent. Now, how patents are obtained? How patents are obtained? Uh, uh, for that, I will like to take a minute, and I will like to tell you that for getting the patent, you have to have, for getting a patent, you need to see that first you will file your disclosure. So you will file your disclosure to, like in India, we have 4 patent offices. If I assume that most of you are from North India, so you will submit your application to the patent office in Delhi. So in Delhi, there is a Government of India patent office. There you will submit your application. Normally, the application is submitted with the help of some attorney, because patent is a techno-legal document. Patent is a techno-legal document. Though it talks about technology, but the language of drafting that patent application is a kind of a legal document. So you all are teachers of your own discipline. You do not know the legal aspects. So therefore, it is always better to take help of an attorney, and the attorney will give you good advice. Right now in India, for filing the patent, the application fee is about 8,000 rupees. So for filing a patent, you have to pay 8,000 rupees to Government of India, and you can file your application on your own. But if you are filing through attorney, so obviously attorney will also charge something from you. So attorneys may charge anything between 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, or maybe more than that. So, but most attorneys charge between 25K to 40K. That is the range in which attorneys charge for their services. So once you file your disclosure, you give to attorney, attorney will check all your papers and will submit it to patent office. Okay, when you are giving your disclosure, when you are filing the disclosure, it must have three important characteristics. What are those three important characteristics? One is novelty. If you have some kind of novelty, then only you can be eligible for patent. Second is non-obviousness. Things should be non-obvious. Non-obvious means if you have a particular thickness of a wall, this gives you some kind of insulation effect. If you increase the thickness, insulation effect will further increase. So that is obvious that by increasing the thickness, the insulation effect will be more. So it is obvious, it is not non-obvious. So therefore, this will not be eligible for patent. And third is industrial application. These are the three conditions which your application or your disclosure must have. When all these three conditions are there in your disclosure, then attorney will help you in making the application as a legal document which can be submitted to the patent office. The day you submit application to the patent office, immediately you will get application number. Immediately you will get the application number, and your all rights become eligible from the time you get the application number. As soon as you get the application number, your all rights are valid. Your all exclusive right becomes okay. And after you submit the application, you get the application number. For 18 months, nothing happens. For next 18 months, nothing happens. After 18 months, the patent office will publish the application. After 18 months, the patent office will publish the application. And it is every Friday in India, a new edition of the patent applications are published. So it is after 18 months, your application will get published. That is the timeline which is there. If you want early publication, so you have to give some additional fee, and you will not be in queue, and your application will be published out of queue. So after this publication, application number publication, and that takes 18 months of time somewhere in India, right? Once your application is published, now it is available for public. Anybody can see that application. You just need to go to the website of Government of India, and I can show you. If let me see, how can I share, stop sharing screen, and let me open in the meantime, please keep asking the question. Nobody is asking any question. So I have shared this patent office website of Government of India. So here you can see this. These are uh, you can see, and here you can have various links for noting down the important things. Now, when you come to publications, so you can see in this patents the publications, and here you come to journal, and I'm not able to hear you. Hello. Somebody is speaking Bhaskar Sahani, but I'm not able to hear you. So here, if you go to this publication, I'm just trying to open. If let me see the internet connectivity. So here you can open this. Yes. Okay. So here you see that this is the latest publication of 4th December. So 4th December, this publication came, and this is the 49th publication of this year. So as I mentioned that every Friday the publication will come, and I'm just opening this PDF. So you can see that this is the Friday, 4th December, and it will have the patents which are submitted from different offices. So these are the early publications here, which are out of term, and then publications for 18 months. These are the routine publications, and you can see that how you can see the addresses of publications, these patent houses. This is the patent office in Dwarika in Delhi, where the North Indians people, they will submit. So like here, this is, I'm just giving you an example that this is a patent of IIT Kanpur people. They have developed some kind of a system and methods for estimation of yaw angle for mobile objects. So this is the patent of IIT Kanpur. This you can see the patent of some pharma company, private company. This is Blue Ocean. This is also private company. This is a university in Mathura, Sanskriti University. So they have this patent. This is also from Sanskriti University. This is from Sanskriti University. Oh, multiple 5, 6, 7. You can see that this is some university which is coming in big way, and you have so many patents only from one university. My God. So I hope you are able to see these things, and you can understand that this is the list of this is the list of publications which are published every Friday. So we can stop sharing this, and we can go back to our presentation. Okay, so here you see, once it is published, and as I just told you that Sanskriti University from Mathura, they have so many publications published in this Friday's journal. Now, anybody can comment on these publications. Anybody can comment on these patents, disclosures. You can say that, no, 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 this is not a novelty. I already know about this particular thing. So public is open. This is open for public to see what is there, and anybody can comment on these things. And then you as a inventor also need to request patent office to have the examination of your patent. So you will request the patent office for examination of your patent. So after the publication, the examination will take place. Examination. But examination is not an automatic thing. It is on request. And you have to pay a fee for examination. You have to pay a fee for the examination also. So after that, you will get the list of queries from the reviewer based on their understanding. And then you will reply. You will get enough time to develop the proper response for those queries, and then you will submit the response to those queries, and sometime reviewers will be satisfied immediately with your response. Otherwise, this process may go on for 2-3 rounds. Like we do this paper submission, and after that paper goes to reviewer, and reviewer gives their comments and you reply. Similarly, it happens in the patent case also. And once reviewer is satisfied that this fulfills these 3 conditions, once reviewer is satisfied that these 3 conditions are properly available in your disclosure, then the patent will be granted. So a patent can be available to you in 2.5 years also. That is generally the earliest time within which you can get a patent. And a patent may take 6-7 years also to be granted, depending upon how nicely you have written your application, how nicely you are able to justify the novelty, non-obviousness, and industrial application of your invention. So based on your ability and your attorney's ability, you may get a patent very early also. That 2.5 years is considered to be very early. Otherwise, normally it takes 4 to 5 years, and so in some cases it may take more than 7-8 years also to get a patent. So that is how the patent is granted in India or anywhere in the world. If you have any question with respect to grant of patent, please let me know so that I can clarify your doubts. Any question, any doubt? Some question comes in chat window. Okay. This is not for me, I think. So any question? Should I move? I am assuming that you all are able to understand it. Is my assumption okay?
So there is a query in the chat box, sir. Can we publish paper while our patent is under consideration?
No, I am not able to see the chat box. Where has chat box gone? Yes. Can we publish paper while our patent is under consideration? No, you cannot, because then you will lose claim on novelty. If your paper is published, then you will lose claim on novelty. Once your paper is there, you will lose novelty claim. So it is important that if you want to publish, you only publish when the patent is available to you. So once you have patent, then you can easily publish. But if you publish and patenting process is going on, you will suffer the clause of novelty. So that is not possible. Any other question? It's a good question. We need to clear this kind of myth. Okay, so now we come to the second important type of IPR, that is copyrights. And copyrights and patents, as I am saying, are the two most important type of IP, but their nature is very different. Their nature is very different. Copyright is related to our literary activities. Copyright is related to our literary activities. And copyright is basically related to distribute and use your literary creation under the exclusive rights. So for copyright and patent, like in patent, I mentioned you very categorically that novelty is a very important thing. For patent, novelty is a very important thing. But in copyright, interestingly, there is no place of novelty. There is no place of novelty. We do not require novelty to get copyright. आप सब कह रहे होंगे कि फिर ये किस बात का आईपी है? This is the protection for the expression. This is the important thing, that copyright is basically the protection for the expression of an idea and not for the idea itself. It means, like I hope all of you see Hindi movies. इसका तो जवाब दे दो भाई दोस्तों, हाँ या ना? चैट बॉक्स में लिख दीजिए। हिंदी मूवीज देखते हैं आप लोग? बस संदीप देखते हैं और कोई नहीं देखता। जसप्रीत भी देखती है, राखी जी भी देखती हैं। तो जसप्रीत जी आप ये बताइए कि हिंदी मूवी में क्या होता है? What is there in a Hindi movie? सस्पेंस, इमोशनल, कॉमेडी, यही सब होता है. और इफ आई पुट इन ए मोर सिंपल वर्ड्स, आपने तो बड़े अच्छे लिटरेरी वर्ड्स यूज कर दिए, तो हिंदी तो सबको समझ में आती होगी मेरे ख्याल से, थोड़ा बहुत अगर हम हिंदी में बात करें तो इन एवरी हिंदी मूवी देयर इज ए हीरो, देयर इज ए हीरोइन and there is a villain. So what generally happens that hero loves heroine and villain also wants to take away that heroine, and in the end hero will eliminate the villain, and there will be a happy ending where hero and heroine will finally be together. That is the essence of any Hindi movie. Generally, this is the essence of any Hindi movie. Now, this is the idea, but this idea is expressed with the help of emotions, with the help of comedy, with the help of different types of songs, different types of locations, different types of dresses, different types of dialogues. So the expression of this idea is different, but the idea is same. And therefore, each movie is copyrighted in itself. The idea is of love, but different authors, they write love in their own way. The idea is of devotion. Each author, whether it is Kabir, whether it is Guru Nanak Ji, whether it is Rahim, whether it is any other poet, they wrote poems, they wrote couplets related to devotion in their own expressions. So the protection in copyright is for the expression, not for the idea. This is totally against the concept of patents, where in the patent we want novel idea, novelty, but here in copyrights the expression is more important. Your expression should not be copied, but your idea is always copied. So that is one very important thing for copyright versus patent. The other important thing between patent and copyright, that copyrights are global rights. Patents are related to a particular country, but copyrights are not related to a particular country. Copyrights are global rights. So you get global right whether you register your copyright in India or in USA or in Germany, but you have the global right for that particular output. The other important thing, like for patent, you have to go to the office of patents to get it registered, and there is somebody who will evaluate your work. But in case of copyright, there is nothing like evaluation of your work. You take your full responsibility about the originality of the expression. And therefore, even submitting the application to get a copyright is also not required. Though there is an office of registrar of copyrights in India, you can get the copyright certificate from that office. You write a research paper and you can send that research paper to that office of registrar of copyrights, and nobody is going to evaluate that. They will put a stamp on that research paper. You have to submit 2 copies, and one copy they will keep and other copy they will return with the certificate of copyright. So they maintain a large database and you will be entered in that database. So that is the legal part. But even if you do not go to that office of registrar of copyrights, you can get copyright on your own. Like I am delivering this lecture right now, and whatever I am delivering, someone is recording. You are recording my lecture. Ideally, this is without my permission. Nobody asked me to record, took my permission before starting the recording. So this is the violation of copyrights. Even if you are recording, this is my copyright. Without my permission, you cannot distribute it to anybody else. So this recording of the lecture, because I am the actor, I am the performer, I am the orator for this particular session. So this recording is my copyright. If I say that, okay, you can distribute it to the participants, then only you can distribute it. Otherwise, it will be infringement. It will be violation of Copyright Act. So, like we go many times to conferences and somebody is presenting very good slides. So we are tempted to take pictures of those slides from our own seat. Nowadays, we have very good, powerful mobile cameras, and from those mobile cameras, you will like to take pictures. That is again violation of copyright, because that person, that presenter has prepared the PPT and put some interesting pictures, and without his or her permission, you are taking the pictures. So that is violation of copyright. So copyright is a very simple IP, because you automatically becomes the owner of copyright. You have written a poem in your diary. You have written a poem in your diary, and without going to any office, you has the copyright of that particular poem. You wrote a story, you wrote a drama, and you need not to go to any office for getting the copyright of that story or drama. You automatically become the owner of that copyright for that particular thing. So this is a very simple thing. But sometimes it becomes very difficult to prove that you are the original creator of this poem. You are the original creator of this story. You are the original author of this story. So many a times, whenever issues related to copyright violations go to the court, court also finds it very difficult to make some kind of decisions, because of this concept that there is no proper checking for the copyrights. We all can say that this is my original creation, and we just assume that my expression and your expression cannot match 100%. And therefore, in copyrights, there are certain ethical issues also. Like these days, we all write research papers, and in research paper, we have these clauses of plagiarism, similarity, and for that purpose, we use a software known as Turnitin. Many of you must have known that Turnitin software is available. Now, if Turnitin gives you 20% similarity or 25% similarity, you know that this document will not be accepted. So what do? You try to rephrase. You try to rephrase your sentences. You try to put some different type of synonyms for the same thing, so that you can avoid the Turnitin. So that is an ethical issue also while we deal with the copyrights. So copyright is very interesting, and for all your work, all the, if you are teaching BTech classes, you are teaching MBA classes, you are teaching MTech classes. So in the final years, we have a project. In the final years, we have a project. If you are in BTech, so BTech final year, there is a project activity. In MBA also, in the final year, fourth semester, we have a dissertation. So I say to all of you that you start putting copyright of that particular document for your institute, so that tomorrow if somebody says that how many intellectual properties you have created, so our mind goes only for the patent. But I am suggesting to you all that you should include the number of copyrights also in that. So all the dissertations, all your BTech projects can be copyrighted, and the copyright holder can be the institute, your college can be the copyright holder. So that's how your number of intellectual property in your college, in your university will increase dramatically. So that is a simple tool I am suggesting all of you, that how you can just increase the number of IP in your colleges. Any question related to copyright now? Any question? No question. So should we move ahead? Then another type of IP is trademark, which I explained you that trademark is kind of a logo and all these things which are helping you to identify a particular organization or a particular service provider. That is trademark. And I tell you that for you, trademark may not be that important, but globally, trademark is considered to be that form of IP which gives you maximum profit. You cannot get that much profit from patent and copyright that you get from trademark. Take example of McDonald's. Take example of Pizza Hut. Take example of Domino's. All these are enjoying on their trademarks. So they give their franchisee means right to use their name, right to use their name, and for that they charge huge amount of royalty. So trademark is a very important thing. In India particularly, we do not give that much importance to trademark, but you go to countries like America, you will realize that how important it is to have a proper protection for your logo. I am from IIT Roorkee, and you can see on my slides the logo of IIT Roorkee. Now, in the markets which are close to IIT Roorkee, here in Roorkee, there are shopkeepers selling t-shirts, selling hoodies, selling notebooks, selling so many caps, other items which are having the logo of IIT Roorkee. So the Roorkee civil lines market is full of those products where IIT Roorkee logo is misused. I went to Harvard, and when I went to Harvard, I thought that let me also have a t-shirt or a cap, something like that, where Harvard logo is printed. So I searched in the city of Boston. Nowhere I could find a single product where Harvard is printed. Then I went to Harvard Business School and I inquired that from where I can get a souvenir item where Harvard is published. So there is a big cooperative store below the main building of Harvard Business School. So in the basement area, it's a huge store. So I was directed there that you can go there and you can purchase there. I went there. Now a simple t-shirt, because you are from Ludhiana and you know all these items very well. So a simple t-shirt which in Ludhiana you can purchase in 200 rupees, that simple t-shirt was available in that store at a price of 2000 rupees. That simple t-shirt, which is of not more than 200 rupees, only because Harvard logo was printed. So that is how people are making huge amount of money due to their trademarks. And it's not this simple example. I gave you the examples of McDonald's, Domino's, and all those things. Similarly, in India, like coaching institutions, so you will see the FITG institutions are in each city, Vidya Mandir classes, Akash, Bansal classes, and so on. These are available in different cities. So they are enjoying their trademark. So that is a very important thing, and it may not be so important for you, but from the organization's point of view. And I can also ask you that once you go back to your institution, means you are in your institution, it is just a virtual FDP, you can ask the registrar of your college, registrar of your university, or the director or the owners that you must register your logo under the trademark acts, so that and it is very cheap, it's not very costly, some 1000 or 1200 rupees you have to give, and it is for 10 years, and then you have to renew after every 10 years. So what is going to happen that you will ensure that nobody illegally use your trademark. If you are not registered under the Trademark Act, then it will not be possible for you to sue anybody. If you want to sue anybody, you have to get a registration for your trademark. So that is about the trademark. It includes those jingles and all those things. Sometimes even the combination of colors, that also comes under the trademark. A very popular case is happening between these two companies you all know, Paytm and PayPal. That case is still pending, because PayPal and Paytm, they use almost similar type of color combination for writing their names, and therefore PayPal has sued the Paytm that you have infringed my trademark rights, and the case is still pending. So because of you can see, you can Google about this Paytm PayPal. Any question related to trademark? Then next is industrial designs. Industrial designs, as I already gave you the example of Royal Enfield. That is a very classical case of industrial design. So where you are protecting the ornamental or aesthetic aspect of an article so that nobody else can copy that particular style or you can say uh, combination of lines, colors, etc. So because of particular aesthetics, because of particular ornamental value, it has some kind of commercial value, and the marketability of the product increases. Therefore, it is also protected under the Intellectual Property Act. So here in this class, there may be some people from Punjab, and we know that people feel more macho type when they ride this Royal Enfield, and therefore so do problems between Mahindra and Fiat also falls under industrial designs? No, this is not related to industrial design. The problems between Mahindra and Fiat is related to patent of some of the technologies. So it is not related to industrial design. It is related to patents. So this problem, sorry, not problem. So this industrial design is not related to functional aspects. It is not related to functional aspects. So for the functional aspect, we go to the patents. But when only the aesthetic aspect is if, for an example, if Taj Mahal is there, and if you develop a new Taj Mahal, if you develop a new Taj Mahal, and people start visiting that Taj Mahal, so Taj Mahal can protect itself under the industrial design because of that design. Taj Mahal's market is there. Tourists are coming because of that design to see that design. So ideally, uh, it should be protected under the industrial design. But under the WIPO Act, all those things which are the part of our traditional knowledge or traditional systems cannot be protected under IPR. So therefore, Taj Mahal is exempted to be protected under the industrial design. So that is there. But if you are making a new house which is having a different kind of design, you can have IPR on that. That this type of house cannot be copied. Nobody else can have the same kind of house. So that house can be protected under the Industrial Design Acts. So that is possible for various products. Like these days, electronic products are there. So you can have your unique design, and that can be protected under the Industrial Design Act. Now, I am giving you some examples to clarify that one particular product can have different type of IP in it. And here I am giving you an example of CD player. That this CD player, though this example is old, but the same CD player can have a brand name registered under the trademark. Then its various technical parts, mechanisms are subject matter of protection under the patent. Then music which is played on the CD player, that is protected by copyright, and the shape of that particular CD player is protected under the industrial design. So one particular product is there, but it is using IP of different types. So nowadays we need in totality people who can use different types of IPs for protecting your products. That is what we want. So this is another example where we see a camera, and here in this camera also you can see that there are different types of IPs which are used. So for every part you have a patent, a specific type of design for the outer shape and contour. Like you can very well see, if you are talking of a Nikon camera versus Canon camera, even the names are hidden. You can easily identify that this is a Nikon camera and this is a Canon camera because of the contours, shapes, etc. So that is protected under the Industrial Design Act. Then the brand name under the trademark, and the manual is also available with each product. So manual is a expression of idea that how are you going to use that particular product, that is protected under the copyright. So these two examples are enough to tell you that different type of IP is required for one single product. Now, finally, we come to this particular slide, that why are we talking of IP so much? People say that IP is one of the most important source of competitiveness, and it is true. The company like Apple, we all know Apple, that Apple is a very small company, small in the sense with the number of products. It offers only very few products, but because of its ability to innovate, only with that small product range, it is one of the Fortune 500 companies. Not only Fortune 500 companies, it is always in top 20. That is the level of Apple, and the very important aspect of their this performance is their ability to innovate. So that is one important thing. You get protection of your that particular invention, your hard work. That is also possible only because of IP laws. You generate economic value when you commercialize your intellectual property. When you make some use of that intellectual property, it generates wealth. Then it is over few years, if you see data, that countries like South Korea, countries like Israel, countries like China, from their educational institutions, lot of IP is generated, and as a result of that, they are now getting a very good level of economic progress. So IP is also important from the global standing of economy, and IP is also important for future research, because all the patents are in the public domain. So if you do a literature review, normally as a researcher, we do literature review from the research publications. But it is advisable that we should also do literature review from the patents. And when we do the literature review from the patents, you know that research has reached in this particular area up to this level. Like we are talking of energy storage devices, because electric vehicles are going to come. And when electric vehicles are going to come, a very important aspect related to electric vehicle is energy storage devices, or you can simply say batteries. So now lot of innovation is happening in the area of batteries. So if you also want to start working on the battery, you should first refer the patent databases, so that you know up to what level people have reached, and you do not repeat the same research. So for advancement of research also, you can means IPRs are very, very useful. Without IPR, all of us may be doing the same kind of research, and advancements will not happen. So for taking the knowledge to new heights, to further heights, advancement in the research is very much required. So that is another important thing. So I think I can stop here up to the importance of IPR, and if you have any query, I don't know how much time is available to me now. So because it was up to 3:15 and already it is 3:15. So otherwise it will disturb the uh, session after this session. So Dr. Navdeep can tell that can we have some question, or I can just close this session. Is there anybody from the organizer side available?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Should we close, or
You can have till 3:30.
okay, till 3:30?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But our participants are okay. Rahul has already thanked me. तो राहुल जी अभी तो थोड़ा थैंक्स अब अपने पास रखो, क्योंकि मुझको 3:30 तक का टाइम दे दिया है मैडम ने. राहुल जी, इज इट ओके? कुछ मजा नहीं आ रहा है लोगों को, लगता है ना? यू आर नॉट फाइंडिंग इट यूजफुल. So I have a few simple case studies to give you the practical aspects of all these IP related issues. So one question which comes to our mind, that is it legal to photocopy textbooks? So it is a very legitimate question, and it comes to our mind that whether photocopying a textbook is okay or not, whether it is violation of copyright or not. So there was a case in Delhi High Court related to this, that related to photocopying of the textbook, because you see, in various library buildings, in various libraries of different colleges, the photocopy machine is kept in the library itself. So it is very surprising that how you are officially doing photocopy of a textbook. And here the law says, that you can photocopy a particular textbook or a material as long as it is used for your self-consumption. It is not used for any kind of commercial activity. If I do photocopy of a book and I distribute it to you, and college is paying me for this particular lecture, and that is a commercial activity that I am earning by using this material, so then it is a violation of copyright. But as long as students are using it for learning purpose, then it is not infringement under the Copyright Act. So you have to ensure accessibility of the educational material, and under the accessibility of the education material, doing photocopying is not a violation of Copyright Act. That is a very simple case, but interesting thing to note. But if the same book photocopied by a local bookseller, and like if you go to Delhi, close to JNU and IIT Delhi, there are markets like Jia Sarai, Katwaria Sarai, etc., where you get a good number of photocopied books. you get the coaching material for GATE, you get the coaching material for CAT, you get the coaching material for GRE, the entire published coaching material which is photocopied and properly binding. So that is basically the infringement of copyrights. So that is because they are earning the money out of that photocopy. So that is violation of copyright. But if you are doing the photocopy in your departmental library, in your college library for the self-consumption, then it is not a violation of copyrights. That is a very simple question I thought I should share with you. Then present day is the time of digital media. YouTube is a very popular source of entertainment as well as information and knowledge. So YouTube videos are all covered under the Copyright Act. You can download them. You can download them for your personal use, but you can not use these videos for any kind of commercial purpose. If I download if I use a YouTube video in my class, if I use a YouTube video in my today's class, that is like violation of this particular Copyright Act. So I cannot use YouTube videos for my class. It is a different matter that nobody catches you. But if I talk in terms of legality, it is violation of Copyright Act. So this is about digital aspects. Now let us quickly discuss, because now we have 5-6 minutes available with us. So in that we can go to discuss a few more things, like one important topic which we have to cover, that is the ethics. Now the issue of ethics is very subjective, because ethics are, there can be some global ethics and there can be some local ethics. Local means ethics which are related to your particular society. So saying what is ethics, we are now generally discussing the ethics which are universal in nature. Ethics which are universal is nature, and you will see that some of these ethics are across the societies common. So these are the general type of ethics. Personal ethics, we all have our own certain do's and do nots. Social ethics, religious ethics, professional ethics, and business ethics. So these are the different types of ethics you can categorize. This is not a complete list in itself. Different authors, different philosophers, because the issue of ethics is more related to philosophy. It is more related to you can say people of psychology. So and even the people related to religious studies, they also work a lot on the ethics aspects. So in which context we are talking, that defines the type of ethics. Now, in case of our requirement, because going into different dimensions of ethics may not serve our purpose, so we are limiting ourselves to research ethics. Now, for that purpose, I am taking the definition of World Health Organization, which states that research ethics govern the standards of conduct for scientific researches. it is important to adhere to ethical principles in order to find the dignity, rights, and welfare of research participants. Research ethics provides guidelines for the responsible conduct of research, ensuring high ethical standards. So that is the meaning of research ethics. Here, if I try to explain the research ethics, you can see that research ethics can have these many different dimensions. It has one dimension of data, that whether you have collected the correct data or not, whether you have collected the correct data or not, because sometimes unfortunately we are in the habit of fabrication of data, and therefore when you are publishing papers in a very good journal, you must have your entire raw data files with you, that reviewers, editors may ask you that raw data anytime. So honestly reporting the data, that is the simplest type of we are very smart in manipulating the data. So that is one level of research ethics. Objectivity in experiments. We may not this particular point, objectivity in experiments, how it comes under the research ethics, because we are not clear. This is I can say that more related to our clarity related to the problem. If we are not clear about the problem, we will not have the objectivity in our experiments, and therefore we will not be able to do a good research. So that is also related to research ethics. Integrity, that how much you are devoted to the research. Carefulness, openness, respect for intellectual property, confidentiality, this is also very important. Confidentiality is important because it gives you that multiple people are working on a research problem, and whenever we are working in the research, we do a lot of brainstorming, we share our confidential information during the brainstorming session. So normally if I talk from the IPR's point of view, to maintain confidentiality, we can sign even NDA, non-disclosure agreements, that whatever we are discussing related to project, related to our research, it will not be disclosed to any third party without the consent or knowledge of other people involved in that research activity. So maintaining the confidentiality is also a very important research ethics. Otherwise, your all benefits will be washed away. Responsible publication, social responsibility, whether your research, like these days, there are a lot of debate on this facial recognition technologies. We know that there are mobile phones where we have locking of our screen with our facial recognition. Like I have Apple phone, so the ID, face ID is work as the password for unlocking the phone. Now, countries like China are under severe discussion about misusing these technologies. They are using these technologies to identify a particular group of people so that they can track their movement, their activities, etc. So that is again a issue related to research ethics. And the competence, whether I am competent enough to to do this research or not. So these are some of the important points of research ethics which I just discussed very quickly to give you the food for thought for this particular purpose. So with this, we can now conclude our session, and I wish that you all could have learned something from this particular session. I will share this PPT with Dr. Navdeep so that she can use this PPT as a study material for all of you. And it is already 3:30, so I should not take any time more. If you have any question, I understand you will not be having any question because during the session also you did not ask any question. You did not ask much questions, one or two only were there. So if you have any question, please feel free to ask. Now I accept the thank you of Rahul. Dr. Navdeep, you are not audible.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for very much for making this session very meaningful and interesting. And thank you, the participants, for the cooperation.
So
Thank you, sir.
can I sign off?
Thank you, sir, for being with us, sir. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you. I could not purchase t-shirts and jackets this time because whenever I come to Ludhiana, I can go to your Chawla Bazaar and then I can purchase some.
Sure. Whenever you visit, sir.
But this time because you organized it online, so I could not do that.
Oh, sure. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So I am signing off.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. So good evening, everyone. I extend a warm welcome to all in the online FDP. And our today's last session speaker is Dr. T.S. Mann. He is working as a professor in the Department of Information Technology in Guru Nanak Dev Engineering College, Ludhiana. He has 21 years of teaching and research experience. He has guided a PhD and 63 MTech scholars. His research areas are health informatics and data mining. He also served the institute as Dean Training and Placement and head of the Department of IT. He is also heading community radio station of Guru Nanak Dev Engineering College, Ludhiana. So the presence of such a great personality among us is very blessing. I welcome you, sir, and over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to stand in front of the elite people. Actually, I'm from a management. I'm not from the management field. I'm from the technical field, but I'm sure I will learn something from you people, and I'll give you my experience for the same. The task of an engineer is to develop the technology, and engineers therefore to become qualified in such a manner that they are able to solve technical design problems. So I can say the relationship between management and engineering is because engineering projects are often complicated. They require a number of specialized staff members, which is why engineering management is so important. Working in engineering requires specialized knowledge and training and higher education, and often needed to be achieved those qualities. Now we are talking about the system analysis and design. This topic is not related with the technical part. This is also related with anything which the thing exists. If we are using the word system, what is meant by the term system is anything which exists in this world is a term system. System is the interrelated component linked together according to plan to achieve the central objective. I can give one example. I'm working at Guru Nanak Dev Engineering College. So Guru Nanak Dev Engineering College is a system. What are the interrelated components? The interrelated components are different departments. It could be a mechanical department, electrical department, information technology, computer science, civil engineering. So all the departments are interrelated with each other to achieve the central objective. And the central objective is to produce the engineers. So my motto is whenever you are going to design any kind of a syllabus, any kind of a program, you have to understand the concept of the term system. If you're aware about the concept of the system, then it is possible to design system development life cycle. If a person can understand the life cycle of a system, then while designing of any kind of a software, while designing any kind of a syllabus, it will be very easy. Whether a person is proficient in the field or not, that could be a separate issue. So now the concept of the system means if the system, anything which exists in this world is a system, as I already told you, if a human being is a system, chair is a system, even a sofa is a system. But systems are of various types. It could be an open system or it could be a closed system. Open system is a system which interact with the environment. I can take an example. Example would be education system. It is interacting with the environment. Well, how come it is interacting with the environment? Because every year technology is changes and you can update the syllabus. Even a human being thoughts. This is again an open system because it is interacting with the environment. And the second type is a closed system. If a system does not interact with the environment, then that is a closed system. Basic closed system is a hypothetical examples. Actually, closed systems are not generally exist. This is just a hypothetical or a theoretical concept. Anything which exists in this world is always an open system. Second is a probabilistic system and deterministic system. And what is a deterministic system? If the output is clear, you are aware about the probability, then this could be a probability. For example, you are tossing a coin. This is a probability of a system. You will get head or tail, that is a probability. If the term is a deterministic system, if you're sure about the output of a system, for example, 2 plus 2, you are aware about it. This would be definitely a 4. You're 100% sure about the output of the system. Maybe you can relate it with the outcome of the system. Now, you guys are well aware about the difference between output and outcome. If I'll say there are 100 students in the class and 100 students clear their graduation, this is the output of the system. But if out of those 100 students, only 25 got the placement, that's the outcome of the system. So the things are related with each other. Then comes with the another types of system is a man-made system or a computer-based system. So the computer-based system nowadays, because of a COVID-19, we people are connecting through computer-based system. We are using many softwares. As we know, there are many open source softwares are available by which you can connect together and get the information from the relevant terms. And the man-made system, a human being is a man-made system. This could be example between man-made and human-based system. Now, system, whether it could be an open system or a closed system, probabilistic system, deterministic system, man-made system, but every system is having basic 5 elements. Those 5 elements are input, output, process, and control. This is my humble request to everyone who is listening, who is watching the presentation. If you have any kind of a doubt related to the term system analysis and design, especially related with engineering education, you can ask me. But my question comes, what are the elements of the system? I already told you, if there is a word term system, at the start of my lecture, I said anything which exists in this word is a term system. They are having 5 elements: input, output, process, control, and feedback. I've given the one example, any college. Like I've given the example of my college, Guru Nanak Dev Engineering College. Input is what? +2 student or a graduate for the PG classes. Output is the postgraduate or the engineering graduate. But one we can say the undergrad. Process is what? They are giving the exams, is some processing. Controlling by the teachers, staffs, or by the management. And the feedback, whenever a student giving any kind of exam, they are getting the results. That's called the feedback of the system, right? So the 5 elements are the crucial part of any kind of a system. And every system is having basic characteristics. For example, organization. If there is no organization, then that will not be a system. So you can take an example of Guru Nanak Dev Engineering College. There is a hierarchical system starting from the top level management. Then comes the principal of the college, or then the professors, then associate professors, then assistant professor, then the lab technicians, or whatever. This is some hierarchy of the system. If a person is aware about the hierarchy, then and only it is possible to come up with the system analysis of a part. Then comes with the interaction of the system. And if you are like in GNDEC or in any engineering college, wherever you guys are working, there are different departments. They are interacting with each other. And if there is an interaction, then they are getting something from one system to the another system. So the bottom line is this: the characteristics of the systems are exist. Then and only you are able to analyze the system. Now let us start with the slides. Could you start slide number 4, please? Thank you very much. Now comes with the system development life cycle. So the system development life cycle. So this is not only related with the designing. Aware about the phases of the system development life cycle. It starts with the need of the system, that is the recognition of the need. Then comes with the feasibility study, the second part. The third part is the analysis of the system. Then is the designing of the system. Then comes with the implementation of the system and the post-implementation of the system. In this slide, it is well written that system development life cycle is a common methodology for the system development in many organizations. It features several phases that mark the progress of the system analysis and design effort. This means what? Unless or until you are not aware about the need of the system, it is not possible to design. It is not possible to go for the feasible phase. So the system development life cycle involve the series of the phases. So you can think that SDLC for constructing a building, first you would list specific objective for the project. Then you might hire an architect to present an overall concept and create a set of drawings to show how the building will fulfill your objectives. Later, you would need a detailed blueprint for the workers. When the building is done, you would check it out, test everything, turn it over a new occupants, and make sure they are satisfied with the results. Now, the people who are sitting, the listening, if I'm given you one example, if you want to start a new system, if you want to design a syllabus, if you want to run a new business, what are the phases you should keep in your mind? It will start with phase number 1, need of the system. The need of the system is what? This means first is an idea, what you want to develop. Unless or until if the need is not recognized, it is not possible to start any kind of a system. So need is the important part. So recognition of a need is a very important section. For example, I want to earn a money. This is a idea. How can I earn a money? This when I want to run some kind of a business. Let's say my idea is I want to run a computer system. So my idea is to earn the money by running a computer center. Then comes with the another phases. The second phase comes the feasibility study. The feasibility or the possibility is the same thing. It's related with each other. The first point is feasibility is of a various type. Number 1 is the technical feasibility. The technical feasibility is what? Whether a person is a technical feasible or technical sound or not. As related with my example, that I want to run my own business and I want to earn the money by running that business, whether I'm a technical sound, whether I know the programming languages, whether I'm aware about the networking concept, whether I know how to design the websites, how to manage the peripherals. If no, then I don't think it is possible to start a business. This would be not the really the good idea unless or until I'm not technical sound with it. So it varies system to system. It varies business to business. So then the second point is the economical feasibility. The next comes with the economical feasibility. So economical feasibility is again an important part. Whether you are economical sound or not, whether you have this much of money in your hand by which you can start a business or not. If you have, then only you can proceed with the next phase. Third is a time feasibility. So time feasibility means you want to accomplish the work in a stipulated time period. If you are not able to complete the work in a defined period, I don't think it is possible to start a product or complete the project in a limited time period. So the time feasibility is an important parameter. And the fourth, which is very important, is the technical feasibility. After the technical feasibility is the legal feasibility. Whether the system which you want to run, which you want to start, is a legally acceptable or not. If yes, then you can proceed. So the first is the need of the system. Then second comes with the feasibility part, which includes with the, or you can say subphases are divided into 4 sections with the technical feasibility, economical feasibility, or time feasibility, and the law feasibility. If the 4 sections are come with the term yes, then you can proceed with the analysis of the system. So the next analysis of the system comes, you have to analyze the existing system. As related with my example, I want to run a computer system, I want to run a computer business. This means I have to analyze the system which are existing nearby. In say some cases, the SDLC is iterative. Why the term is iterative is there? This means if the system is analyzed and you're not satisfied it, you're again repeating the same term. You're going to analyze once, twice, thrice, unless or until you are not aware or you're not satisfied with the blueprint. So that phase is repeated as required until an acceptable system is found. So the SDLC used in an organization is an orderly set of activity conducted and planned for each development project. Each activity or a phase in SDLC has specific outcome that feed important information to the other phases. Now, each phase includes a set of steps which rely on techniques that produce specific document files that provide understanding about the project. This means after recognition of a need, after feasibility, or during the analysis of the phase, you have to make the documents. If you are able to produce the specific document files that provide understanding about the projects, then and only you can proceed with the individual companies used customized life cycle. This means the system development life cycle is not meant for one purpose. Whatever the things you want to start, for example, you want to design a syllabus for your subject. Again, the system development life cycle phase comes. Suppose you want to start a new software. Again, the system development life cycle works. Even if you want to start your own any kind of a business, you have to start a system development life cycle. So the first phase is the need of the system. Second comes with the feasibility study. Third is the analysis part, where I'm already told you that you have to analyze the various systems, the existing system. You have to find out the shortcomings. Then comes the next part. Then is the testing of the after analysis. You come to go with the design of the system. So the design comes in a various ways. First, you have to design the abstract design. Abstract design is in the first phase. In the abstract design, you have to start the blueprint of the system. If the blueprint of the system is acceptable, then and only you comes with the physical design of the system. After designing of the system, comes with the next phase is the testing. So the testing is the alternative model in which the system development life cycles, planning, analysis, and design interact continuously, followed by implementation and operations and support, interactive models depicting the real world practice and the constant dialogue among users, managers, and system developers. So the system development life cycles include the various steps which I already told with the planning, analysis, design, implementation, operation, sports, and security. Like after designing of the system, the terms come with the testing part. Testing is a very, very, very crucial part. It comes with the unit testing. It's come with the combined testing. It comes with the regression testing. So unit testing is what? I hope you guys are aware about it. When a system is connected with each other, phases are connected with each other. When the output of one system becomes the input for the second system, then one has to understand whether the individual system is working correctly or not. If yes, then you can go with the second phase. Output of a one system becomes the input for the second one. Then check the second system, is it working correctly or not? If yes, then come to the third phase. So combined together comes with the overall testing of the system. And after testing, you can implement the system. If the system is implementing properly, then you have to check the system operations, supports, and the security part. Now coming to the system planning, which is a very, very crucial part. Purpose is to identify the nature and scope of the business opportunity or the problem, which comes with the system's request, begins the process and describe problems or desired changes in an information system or a business process. System planning includes preliminary investigations to identify the nature and the scope of the business. The outcome of the preliminary investigation will affect the entire development of the process. As I already told you with my example, they want to run a computer business. If I'm not aware about the technical skills, economical, feasible, then it is not possible to start any kind of a system. So the key part of the preliminary investigation is the feasibility study. that review cost and benefits and recommends a course of action based on operational, technical, economic, and time factors. Sometimes you guys feel at this moment these are the technical issues. How come it is related with the management? I think if there is a engineering, management exists. If there is a management, engineering is required. So both are interrelated with each other, connected with each other, overlap with each other. So the important part comes for the life cycle is system analysis. The purpose is to build a logical model of a new system. The analysis phase is what? During this phase, the project team investigate any current system, identify improvements, opportunities, and develop a concept for the new system. The first step is requirement modeling, where you investigate business processes, documents, what the new system must techniques such as interviews, surveys, documents. For example, as with my examples, you generally move to the existing computer centers. You can ask them what kind of courses the people are running, what is their fee structures, how many students are coming there. So this comes with the surveys, documents, reviews. So the end product is the system requirement, which describe the management and user requirement cost and benefits and the outline alternative development strategies. Now comes with the important section, system design. Here comes with the part of management information system. So what is management information system? And the second part which I want to discuss is a DSS part, that is a decision support system. In a management information system, this is again a computerized system which is connected, various subsystems are connected together to generate a new system. For example, you want to run a new course. If you want to obsolete any kind of a subject from your syllabus, you have to understand the concept of management information system. You can take an example of DSS, that is a decision support system. If for an example for decision support system, while going to if you want to go whenever you visit any doctor for your eye checkup, you generally sit in front of a white machine. So after that, doctor get a slip, then they put up a stencil, then the different level, you by the use of different lenses, he can give you the specific numbers. Now the question comes, if a doctor has to use the lenses, what is the fun of using that machine? That is the decision support system, because doctor is aware about the nearest point of a numbers through the machine, but the perception of a person varies person to person, and while using those individual parameters of an individual person, doctors can come to know that this is the specific numbers of a doctor. So the decision support systems and executive information system, these are the crucial part which comes with the system development life cycle. Now coming to the system design, the very, very important part. In this phase, designer decided how the system will operate, and purpose is to create the blueprint is to satisfy the documented requirement, identify all output, input, and processes. But in this case, you have to design the two section major. One is the logical design and the physical design. Logical design is a concentrate on the business aspect of a system, and the physical design come with the technical specifications. Now the in system implementation, new system is constructed where you are generally writing the report, test the report, documented the reports, conversions the file from blueprint to the physical design of the system. In this, managers, IT staff trained to operate and support the system. System evaluation performed to determine whether the system operates properly and if it cost and benefit within your expectation or not. If not, then it comes with the next phase. Then that comes with the post implementation of the system. But after implementation, testing comes, operation comes, sports comes, and the security comes, which in this You have to maintenance the change, correct errors, or meet the requirement. Security control, safeguarding is required for external and internal threats, because while using any kind of a system, security parameters are very important. So the well-designed system will secure, reliable, maintainable, scalable. Scalable means what? When a system is designed in a specific period, you can enhance it. For example, if there are 20 employees in your company, if you want 10 more employees, then you must have a space for it. So that's come with the scalable in nature. So after several years of operation, system and need extensive changes. If there's a need in extensive changes, then comes with the post implementation of a system. So after planning, which involves the user throughputs and the development of the process, and after, because the listening is very important from the management, from the middle level, from the lower level, or from the top level management. So these are the required. To understand this, we have to understand the concept of the various models. A very basic model, which is known as a CWM, that is a classical waterfall model. So this includes various phases. Unless or until we are not aware about the phases, so not possible to understand the concept of system development life cycle, which can be incorporated in your business, which cannot be incorporated in your syllabus or while design of any kind of a system. So this is divided into various sections. This is my again humble request to everyone, to the listener. If you have any kind of a doubt, or if you want to ask any kind of a question, go ahead. I'm ready to answer for it. In the same way, then comes with the feasibility study. I already told you feasibility comes with the technical feasibility, economical feasibility, law feasibility. So there are various parameters one has to keep in your mind. That is the analysis part, design. In designing, coding is required, testing is required, and testing comes with the unit testing, system testing. After testing and implementation, with the terms come post maintenance part. This is just a one diagram which is related to the previous part. Now the phases between the feasibility study and the testing known as development phase. So you can see the graph. Among all life cycle phases, the maintenance phase consumes maximum effort. Among development phases, the testing phase consumes the maximum efforts. Now, if we have a huge amount of data where it is required to organize the data into proper format, how it works. In general terminology, we use the term data is a collection of raw fact, and after conversion of the data into proper format, it becomes the information. And after setting the data in a specific form is come the term knowledge. Now the question comes, what are the different tools required if you convert data into information, into knowledge? How to convert data into structured format? The question is, how to convert data into structured format? The answer is very simple. There are many tools available which converts data into structured data. We will discuss those tools one by one. Now let's see the next slide, please. Now in the classical waterfall model, which is related or used by the most of the organizations, this is standards to the output. This output is obviously deliverable produced at the end of every phase. Entry and exit criteria for every phase. So they also produce specific methodologies, which includes specification, design, testing, and project management. The guidelines and the methodology of the organization called the organization software development methodologies. So listeners, do not confuse yourself that this model is just meant for the softwares only. This can be used for any kind of a strategy. This can be used for designing of any kind of a syllabus also. Software development organization includes expect a fresh engineers to master the organization software development methodologies. So the main aim of the feasibility study to determine whether the developing the product financially worthwhile, technical feasible or not. If the feasibility study give you a yes, then only you can move to the next phase. So firstly, roughly understand what the customer want, different data, which would be the input to the system, processing needed to these data, output data to be produced by the system, various constraints on the behavior of the system. Now, related to the tools which I've already given with my previous example, how to convert the data into structured data. So there are many tools available in it. The number one tool is the data flow diagram. I hope most of the people are aware about it. There are some basic symbols used while designing of a data flow diagram. The purpose of the data flow diagram is what? To convert data into structured data. The symbol used are circle, number one. Circle is for the processing of the information. Then comes with the arrow which shows the flow of the data. Then is the square. Square show the start and end of the symbols. So these are the four parameter one have. These are the four symbols which one has to understand while designing, which you want when you want to convert a data into a structured format. And the second tool which is required is decision tree. So decision tree is again a tool which converts data into structured data. During the start of my lecture, when I said there are some characteristics of the system, I have given you one example, hierarchy of the system. Hierarchy is the top level management, then comes with the principal, professors, and associate professors, assistant professors, or the technician. This is some hierarchy. This is a sort of a tree. If you are organizing the data in this way, this is also conversion of the data into the structured data. Then the third tool comes the structured English. So what is structured English? If I'm saying the word, I want to go, I'm explaining my words, I want to go in a structured format because I'm using proper rules and regulations. If I'm using the word I go want, this is not the right way. This means structured English is a tool which converts data into organized data. A very simple example is any programming language. For example, C, Java, C++, whatever. Whenever you write any programming language in a structured format, that is called a structured English. So this is a tool which convert data into a structured format. So that the next fourth tool comes the decision table. And I'll explain you that this tool also. Let us see the next slide, please. This is related with the activity during feasibility study. Work out an overall understanding of the problem, formulate different solution strategies, examine alternate solution strategies in terms of resource, cost, and the time. Also, we have to check the resources constraints, technical reasons. If the cost is high, then you have to again come up with the previous phase. Now, what is the aim of the phases during the analysis? Understand the exact requirement of the customer, document them properly, which consist of the various activities, requirement gathering and requirement specifications. Now, what is the goal of the requirement? There are two terminology, objective and a goal. I hope you are aware about the difference between goal and objective. Objective are the steps while reaching to the goal. Goal can be one only. Objective, there can be a number of objectives, but goal is always one. where we have to collect the or related data from the customer, analyze the collected data, understand what the customer want, find out any inconsistencies, incompleteness. If there is any kind of a deficiency, then you have to start with the previous phase. Now, after gathering the relevant data, usually collect from the end users. So who are the end users? We are the end users. If you want to promote a new product, what you will do? You move to the public. You interview the public. You generally send the samples to the people and get the feedback. Right here, the example is written for a business accounting software. Interview all the accountants of the organization to find out their requirement, and depending upon the requirement, you have to structure the data in a specific format. So the requirement analysis includes the data you initially collect from the users. So that would usually contain several contradictions, because because while collecting the data, there could be many ambiguities. Each user typically has only a partial and incomplete view of the system. But after collecting the data, after putting the various data mining tools, you can come up with the cleaned data. So the ambiguities and contradiction can be refined. So the next requirement are required is SRS, that comes with the software requirement specification documents. So the engineers doing requirement analysis and specifications are designated as analysts. This means the person who is analyzing each and every requirement is the person known as SA. The SA means is the system analyst. Now, after analyzing, then comes a very important phase, is the designing phase. So the design phase transforms requirement specification into a form suitable for implementation in some programming language. I can give you some of the best open source tools for the data mining. You can note it down, because these are the important open source tools. One first one is the Apache Bout, Data Melt, ELKL, K9, Orange. I think within a day or two you can get the detailed information for these software also, Rattle and Weka. So these are the best open source tools for the data mining, which is required for gathering the information, refining the information. So in technical terms, during the design phase, software architect is derived from the SRS. So the design approaches are traditional approach and object-oriented approach. So now comes with the structured analysis and the structured design. So I've already given you one method is structured design is when the data is organized into proper format. Then you have to come with the structured design, where you have to identify the functions and the flow of the system. And the important part is the decomposition of the each function, because while designing a detailed program, it is very difficult if there is some bug. But when you decompose each functions, and then it will be easy to find out the fault, easy to find out the bugs, and you can combine together and can run a complete function in a detail. So these are the different tools which converted data into a structured format. I've already given you one example of data flow diagram. In this, the 4 symbols, I'm again telling you that you need to Google it out from the internet. First one is a circle. Circle represents the processing. Square, which shows the source and destination. Arrow represents flow of the data. And the open-end rectangle, which is very important, that is called the data repository. So after structured analysis, carry out the structured design, which includes the architectural and the detailed design. Now in the structured design, there are high-level designs which decompose the data into module, and in detailed design, the different modules design in greater detail. So data structures and algorithm for each modules are designed in this specific section. Now the object-oriented design, nowadays everybody is working with this in this kind of a strategy, that they first identify the various objects, whether it's a real world entities or not, because this is the main quorum of the system for OOPS concept, which identify the relationship among the objects. For example, the object in a payroll software may be employee, manager, payroll register, or for the college you can consider as a student, teachers, or maybe the worker. They can be the they can consider as a object for this real world entities. Object structures and object-oriented design has the several advantages. Some of which is written in my slide. It is lower development effort because you are working with the real-time problem, so it's very easy while working with the structured programming and the object-oriented programming, and it is also maintainable in nature. The purpose of implementation of a phase is for the coding and the unit testing, translate software into a source code. And after analyzing of the system while designing, you need to write a structured English that is in the part of coding and unit testing. So during the implementation phase, each module of the design is coded, each module is unit tested, tested independently as a stand, that each module is documented in the form of sections. Now, I can give you another example of the tools which convert data into data flow diagrams. The first one, DFD, decision tree, structured English, decision table. Decision table is also a tool which convert data into structured format. For decision table, you can take an example of while checking the timetable, you can see my class is at 10:30 at room number this. If it is organized into a tabular form, this way you can easily find out. This could be one example of a decision table also. This decision table is also a tool which convert a random data into structured format. Then comes with the ER diagram, that is entity relationship diagram, and the very basic is a flow chart. And the purpose of the unit testing, if the individual module works, then it's correctly. As I already told you, the number of systems are combined together. For example, one complete detailed system is connected with the different 5 parts. If system 1 work correctly and the output of the one system becomes the input for the second system, then you can say the system is working correctly. The end product of the implementation, which include the set of the program that have been tested individually. Now the integration is the overall testing, because while connecting all the subparts, if you are getting the same output and you are getting the desired output, if it is working correctly, this when integration testing is done. So these are the module 1, 2, 3, 4, and these are connected together. If the output of the module 1 gone to module 2, then to module maybe to module 4 or to 3, and output becomes the same, the overall result you are getting as desired, that comes with the integration testing. After all the module have been successfully integrated and tested, the goal of the system testing is what? Why we are doing this testing? It is to ensure that the developed system functions according to its requirement as specified in SRS documents. Now the maintenance of any software products which require more efforts than the effort, because security is a very important. So while designing of a system, security is the main parameter, and while implementation of the system, because implementation is a lifelong process, that comes with the post implementation process. So when there is no meaningful relationship exists between an educational technology and pedagogy, the tools itself loses the value. We should start with the vision for courses and curricula and then identify the technologies or strategies that can help us to achieve or further develop the vision. In open educational resources, provide a relevant example how pedagogy can point towards a richer way to integrate technology into our courses and our teaching philosophies, shifting to a student-centered approach to a learning. So these are the things one has to understand it. And while in maintaining any kind of a system, corrective maintenance is required, perfective and the adaptive. You can take an example. In corrective maintenance, correct errors which were not discovered during the product development phase. And in perfective maintenance, improve implementation of the system, enhance functionalities. And in adaptive maintenance, so you can see an example, new computers to the new operating system. Now comes to the iterative waterfall model. This is the basic model, which includes with the various phases. So there's a no defect is to introduce during any development activities in the practice. So the models are required how you're going to refine the system. Next, please. Next slide. So once a defect is detected, we need to go back to the phase where it was introduced. This is a redo process. That is why we are using the term that is iterative in nature, right? So therefore, we need to feedback the path in the classical waterfall model. So this is the example. You can see how the iterative system work, starting from the need of the system, then comes with the feasibility part, analysis, design, coding, unit testing, integration testing, and maintenance. And the one part which is missing here is the post-implementation phase. And if there are errors are detected in the same phase, then they are introduced. For example, if a design problem is detected in the design phase, the problem can be taken care of much more easily. Then if it is identified at the end of the integration, this will definitely be a problem, and system testing phase will be generally fail. So the phases containment of the errors includes the rework phase. So this is the problem generally faced by the designer if they are not take care of the section. Because of the iterative waterfall model, while designing of a system, this can be rectified easily. Next, please. So in classical waterfall model, irrespective of the life cycle, the model actually followed. The document should be reflect a classical waterfall model of the development, which include the comprehensions of the documents in the facilitated. Next, please. Now, this is a very good example of a prototyping model. So before starting actually development, a working prototype of the system should be first be built. A prototype is a toy implementation of a system which includes the low reliability or inefficient performance. So guys, please note down the Weka tool. Orange tool nowadays is used by most of the people for the data mining. So you should practice on it, and you can find out the tutorial from the internet, and that will be really easy for it. Now the reason for the developing these prototype includes the illustrate to the customers, which include the input, data format, messages, and interactive dialogues, examine technical issues associated with the product development, which is often major design depend upon the issues like response time of a hardware control, and also to the efficiency of the sorting algorithms. And 5 major approaches include the constructive, collaborative, integrative, reflective, and inquiry-based learning. So these are the important sections one should keep in the mind. In the prototyping model, the third reason for the developing a prototype is it is impossible to get it right, because 100% result, I don't think it is possible to get a 100% result, because this is a lifelong process. That is why the researchers generally find out the problems, and on the basis of the problem formulation, and they design the objectives, and then comes with the various methodologies, and the design methods can be implemented on the basis of the results. Future work or the future scope can be defined. Next, please. So next. Now this is a flow chart which includes the requirement gathering, quick design, building approach, customer satisfaction, designing, implementation, testing, and maintenance. So this I've already explained to you. Next, please. Please come to slide number 70, please. 70. So this is the evolutionary model with the iterations, because I already told you iteration is required if you want to refine the system. So there are several advantages, which include, see, training can be start to earlier release, or market can be created for functionality that has never been offered. Frequent release allow the developers to fix unpredictable problem quickly. So this is another model, which is a spiral model, which was introduced in 1988. Nowadays, people are still referring this kind of model for the enhancement. So each loop of the spiral represent a phase of the software process. So there are no fixed phase in this model. The phase shown in the figure are just an example. So the team must decide how to start the phase. Each loop in the spiral split into 4 sectors. Those 4 sectors are, next please, determine objective, identify and resolve risk, develop next level of a product, and customer evaluation of a prototype. So the objective for the first quadrant is identify the objective, because if you are aware about the concepts of system development life cycle, so this is a very easy term now to find out or to identify the objective of a phase, to examine the risk associated with these objectives. So the risk is what? Any adverse circumstances that might hamper successful completion of a software project. Next, please. Now comes with the spiral model. The development and the validation is required. So for the validation, after development of the product, we generally say you have to compare the product, you have to validate the product. But there is a difference between these two, comparing and validation. Comparing with the state-of-art technique. Validate by some authenticated organization, some authorized servers, authorized persons, where the people are giving the validation. And review and planning is required with each iteration around the spiral. So the spiral model is included of the meta model, which includes the single loop spiral, and also use a evolutionary approach, included with various examples, prototyping, and retain the stepwise approach of the waterfall model. Now I hope you guys are aware about the concept of iterative and prototype models. Next, please. So the comparison of the different life model includes evaluationary model is suitable for the large problem, can be composed into a set of modules that can be incrementally implemented, deliver a system, is acceptable to the customers. The spiral model includes suitable for the development of the technical challenging software product and that are subject to the several kind of risks. So dear listeners, the purpose of this lecture is to explain you about the system development life cycle. It could be related with anything. While designing of any kind of a system, it could be your syllabus, it could be your software, it could be of any kind of a venture which you have to design by using of any method. Because in the start of my lecture, I already told you, you cannot separate management and engineering. If there is a management, engineering is required. If there is engineering, and management is required. So I hope, still if you have any kind of doubt, you can ask me, and that's all for the today's lecture. Thank you very much.
Any query, any question, please, participants? Participants, any question you would like to ask? Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for making this session very meaningful, and thank you to participants for your cooperation. Thank you all. We will meet now tomorrow at 9:30.